Yeah.
Don't take pity on us. We know what we're doing. I think we have one brain cell shared across all three of us.
It's like the eye with those three witches in Clash of the Titans.
Yeah. Yeah.
Give me the brain cell. I need to use it now.
I'm tired.
Oh,
I just got back from the newest vampire film, Nosferatu. Boy, am I drained. No, I didn't care for this one. Let's talk about it in a spoiler-free review.
Oh.
Jesus Christ. He's aggravating me already.
Yeah.
Oh, he really is disgusting.
Before I ran, in all seriousness, I am tired. It's about 1 a.m. here, and I know I don't look the best because I'm ugly. But also, I'm just weathered from this film.
Word of advice: do not record at 1 a.m.
If you're tired, just
Stop
wait.
recording at 1 a.m. For everyone on the internet, stop recording at 1 a.m. This is going to do problems with your mental sanity. I know. I am someone who is going insane right now. Stop doing this.
Hang on. Godzilla 2005 just said he thought GXK was better than -1.
What? What?
How?
Are you? What the?
I know.
Where does this guy get his opinions from? His ass?
Oh my god! Oh my lord!
Ooh, it's only 13 minutes. This video. We can do this in less than 5 hours.
Well, we got a spoiler video as well, so we got a gauntlet.
This is going to be EFAP,
Right.
is it?
It's a very slow-moving vehicle, and I know right away, as soon as you complain online about a movie being too slow, you're going to get the inevitable comments. Sorry, it's not a Marvel movie, fucker. Sorry, it's too thought-provoking for you, dummy. And that's just not fair or true to say. I realize.
I was going to say that the perception of time is what is the thing? Time is relative. That's it. The perception of how long a film is entirely relative to the person watching the film. If you're not enjoying the film, yeah, it's going to feel longer. If you're enjoying the film, then it's going to pass like God knows what. So saying it felt long is just going to be saying, okay, I didn't like it. It's like, yeah, okay, that's fine, but you need to explain why. Like, if you say, like, weirdly, and this is a good one, Sea Monster, I watched Alien vs. Predator 2.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, no.
I liked it.
Oh boy. Requiem? You liked Requiem?
Yeah.
Huh.
I thought it was really good.
I'm not even going to question how.
Watching a predator turn into Clint Eastwood and start like actually being a competent predator, beating the shit out of a bunch of aliens, I really enjoyed that, especially after AVP.
First AVP?
Yeah, the first Alien vs. Predator, when they're in the temple and two predators get murked by one alien straight away. That I was very annoyed by that film, and just a bunch of things wrong with that film. And then just watching the very simple, straightforward, here is a predator hunting aliens and using aliens as bait at using humans as bait at some point without really any care for the humans. I really like that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But one of the complaints about the film was like it's dark. But then, yeah, it is dark, but then the darkness actually complements a lot of certain lighting effects in the film. So a valid complaint can be made, but it has to be made with a good bedrock of understanding the scene. So him saying, oh, this film is long, okay, cool. It might feel long to you, but you need to have a good understanding of why it felt long. So he needs to explain that in this video, or possibly the next one, we shall see.
One of my big things with Nosferatu, because me and my brother, we rewatched the original version as well. The original version felt about as long as the remake, despite being 20 minutes shorter. And
Well, actually, an hour
I
shorter,
still did-
almost.
yeah, but I still found myself enjoying it. And partially ironically, because some of the effects, I'm sorry, like Orlok's visage is great in the original and it holds up amazingly, but like when he's getting in the box of Earth, the lid just moves on its own and it is way too funny.
They tried to show telekinesis in the original film by doing like stop motion. And
Yeah.
in modern eyes, it looks a bit weird.
Yeah. Though,
Yeah.
though I still did find myself enjoying the film, both ironically and unironically. Like, there's still a lot of aspects here that hold up. Music's great, the visuals, for the most part, are really well done. Orlok's visage, like I said, is still really good. And hell, the ship sequence, for as long as it takes, still is actually quite tense.
Yeah.
So even if it did feel as long as it did, it's still a good time. I still had a good time with it, and the length, honest to God, helps it. And it's the same for the remake. The length, the slow burn, helps build up Orlok's visage and his character absolutely selling exactly who this is.
Yeah, and not only that, but it also helps build other characters in the film that aside from Orlok, especially Ellen Hutter, and her connection to Orlok. So, it's like there's a lot of time. The movie is a long film, but there isn't really a minute that goes wasted pretty much, and
that's
like
and that's not even taking into account the stuff that the film is adapting, because it is a Dracula adaptation for all intents and purposes. I'm rereading through the original Dracula book. That is a dense book, even without taking into account its structure. There is a lot that happens in this book, and Nosferatu is adapting 90% of the whole thing in its own way. So it has a lot to go through.
Yeah,
I did catch myself out when watching the film, because I was thinking of Dracula rather than Nosferatu. When is it Thomas Hutter? I can't remember the actor's name. Weirdly, the actor who played Renfield in the Dracula, and then plays Thomas Hutter, who's basically the same character, but also not. It's a bit of a weird one.
Jonathan Harker, the guy who gets stuck with Dracula.
Renfield. Well, the reason why, Nicholas Hoult played Renfield, in the movie Renfield. The thing is, like, the reason why Renfield is the one who's like the one who sells the real estate to Dracula in the Renfield movie, it's because it's the similar thing that happened in the Bela Lugosi Dracula. Like, like in the novel, it's Jonathan Harker, or in Nosferatu's case, like Thomas Hutter. So Renfield's already kind of is already a nutter pretty much by the time we meet him.
Right, okay, I've got the characters mixed up. That's annoying, because that was quite a funny comparison to make between the two, because him in Renfield is okay. In Nosferatu, he does a really good job.
Oh yeah,
especially in the fireplace scene. That he did. Oh, his expressions.
Yeah, and I would say he's definitely like really great. Yeah, he's great during basically like throughout that whole sequence when he's in the castle, and pretty much I think he did a fantastic job, like, but at the end of the movie, pretty much. So yeah, he's excellent in this.
Yeah.
There's a nice little detail. I wanted to point this out before we get into the drudgery of what is going to be this video. At the start of the film, when the girl first contacts Nosferatu accidentally, he makes her stand on tiptoes, like with telekinesis, levitation powers, whatever he has. He forces her onto tiptoe, which he does later on when he meets her, because he's so much taller than her. He basically forces her to rise up so he can like kiss her better.
Yeah.
When she's talking to Thomas earlier, like just before he leaves, she stands up on her toes to then better kiss him. And I just like the comparison between her willingly do it for the person she loves and him forcing her to do it for him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like you know that Ellen's heart is in her love for her relations with Thomas, whereas with Orlok it was just like, look, I only messaged you like once, Count, okay, I wasn't serious, or something of that nature. Like, it's essentially I mean, Jeremy Johns kind of puts it. It's like, it's what happens if like a girl like slips into the DMs of the wrong guy. Like, that is ultimately what. I mean, it's a funny way to describe this movie, but it's like, it's not.
I mean, it's not wrong.
It's not wrong.
Yeah,
it's fairly accurate.
In multiple contexts, it's not wrong.
I'm arguing with fictitious people right now, but I've been around the block a few times on YouTube. And I also went back to an old familiar from Robert Eggers, The Witch. Saw that a couple times now, and I still enjoy the crap out of that movie. Also a very slow-moving vehicle, but it's interesting. I love where the story's moving to. It keeps you guessing. Nosferatu, not so much. And it's honestly a damn shame, because there's a lot of talent here, not only with Eggers' beautiful visuals and amazing score, but also you have some really solid actors and Aaron Taylor Johnson in this movie.
Oh, fuck off. Oh, God. I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of the Aaron Taylor Johnson hate. I really am.
Dude is not a bad actor.
I liked him in this. He was actually one of my
good job here. He did a good job in G14. Craven the Hunter was an unfortunate mess, and even then, from what I've heard, he did okay.
He's excellent in this.
So he was actually one of my favorite characters in the film, because where you got everybody else is quite involved with what's going on. But everyone talks about Willem Dafoe's character because he's quite over the top, strong-headed, almost eccentric at times. He stands out quite a lot. But Aaron Taylor Johnson's character, whose name I can't actually remember now, he was like the skeptic of the whole thing. So stuff's happening around and he's trying to deal with it. And just watching him cope with what's going on is quite fascinating to see.
Especially when it all comes to a head where he loses literally everything that he loved.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Everything that he could have cared about. His two children, his unborn son and his wife, all in one foul swoop, all because he didn't believe them.
Yeah, basically he was trying his damnedest to like keep everything together, but ultimately but by trying to keep everything, level-headed and trying to like make sense out of everything, he's ultimately like kind of punished for it, essentially. Which is a really tragic irony. Like someone trying to essentially just protecting, caring about his family, making, for their well-being, while also just trying to make sense out of everything. He's ultimately just it's just not enough, because he's ignoring the real issue, which is that the unthinkable, the unbelievable, is real, Yeah, the nightmares are the things that children dream about in their nightmares. And when they say, like when the little girls at the beginning of the movie are like, no, we don't want to go upstairs, Daddy, there's a monster in our room. There's a monster in our bed.
I love that.
Yeah.
It's set up, and then you just have like this horrific payoff. It's like, well, there is a monster that does show up in one night, and Daddy ain't there to save them.
Because the dramatic irony of it is just chef's kiss.
That sequence genuinely made me jump out of my seat, because like I was thinking that was a red herring. It wasn't a red herring. That was foreshadowing. This is how you do good foreshadowing.
Oh yeah.
Especially in a lot of modern. Another reason why I like AVP 2. The child dies. It's just when at the beginning of the film, you see the face hugger on the dad. He's like, "Oh, how's the child gonna get out of?" Oh, he didn't.
No.
Cool. And then you're watching Nosferatu, and it's like the girls are complaining about, "Oh, it's doing on bed," and daddy's like, "Don't worry, I'll protect you," and takes him up to bed. You're like, "Oh, is that going to be foreshadowing for later when like Nosferatu turns up and then the dad has to protect them?" No, it's not. Not at all.
Yeah, in fact, they hold. Sorry, go ahead.
It also helps sell Orlok's character. This is a monster through and through.
Yeah, especially like, all your loved ones are going to die. And you're like, are they though? Are they really? Yes, they are.
Well, here's the thing: like, if Ellen's like terrified of him, like before he even like shows up, and the fact that Thomas is, when he's in person with Orlok is like terrified is like petrified with fear of him. It's like there's no doubt that that when Orlok says he's gonna do something or he's gonna do something horrible to your loved ones, he's gonna fucking do it. Like he is a man of his word. Or
Well, even with that, there was still a thought in the back of the head of, okay, maybe they're going to stop him before he does anything. Nope. Absolutely not. The wife almost dies, and then the wife does die alongside her kids.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and, Aaron Taylor Johnson, like, just does a great job in this movie.
Yeah.
He honestly, I think he stood out in this movie better than Willem Dafoe in this. And Willem Dafoe's great in this. I don't want to undersell Willem Dafoe. He's great. He's great in anything he's in. But yeah, it's kind of like, well, yeah, I kind of figured Willem Dafoe would be great. But the other actors, like, Lily Rose Depp, Bill Skarsgård, Nicholas Hoult, and Aaron Taylor Johnson,
we're going to talk about Bill Skarsgård.
They stick out a lot more.
He has things to say about Orlok. Oh boy.
Well, one thing I would just before I press play, just to send us another like 20-minute tangent. He says about this film's dragging, where he watches The Witch, and that was all right for him, but he watched this film and he felt like it was dragging. Could it possibly be because this film is 100 years old at this point? Was he feeling like it was dragging because he knew what was going to happen? Is that a potential?
It could be.
Does he address it? The original. That's my thought. I don't know if he's seen either the original or the Werner Herzog remake.
Or how about? Or maybe I'm pretty sure he would have to have seen like other iterations of Dracula, because Nosferatu is technically Dracula.
Yeah, but
it's Dracula with a different name and varnish.
Yeah, true. Granted, he does bring up the Hotel Transylvania movies, so there's that.
Well, those don't count.
I know.
They're
funny, but they don't count. I like them.
Get it?
I like them. They're funny. I find them funny.
Oh, he doesn't get it.
Yeah. I mean, and here's the thing. I mean, The Witch is good as well. Like, I mean, I don't want to undersell The Witch either. Like, it's also a good movie. But if you ask me, I think Nosferatu, was, I don't know. Like, I would have to like compare the two, considering they're both Robert Eggers. They're both supernatural horror drama type movies that are gothic in ways. I would have to like compare, like, okay, like which film did like the story it wanted to tell better? Did the characters, like, I'd have to think about it, but yeah.
For me, this was my first Robert Eggers movie, and honest to God, I'm sold on his style. I've been meaning to check out The Northman at some point, and The Lighthouse has also been on the back of my mind, but this was my first experience with the guy, and yeah, he sold me. Good job, dude. Good job.
We're less than 2 minutes into this.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
The most interesting person is Willem Dafoe, who acts like he's in a different movie completely, like a Broadway musical or something. He's very over the top, overpronounced with things. He's like throwing fires down at one scene, like, "Ha! I cast ye out of the flame of darkness." And I'm thinking I'm at like a Universal Studios ride. But everybody else is pretty lackluster. Nicholas Hoult.
I was going to say you don't disrespect my goat, but you didn't disrespect my goat. However, you're wrong about my goat. He's only eccentric in one scene. Two, debatably.
Yeah. And oh god, he's about to say something with Nicholas Hoult, and he said everyone else is lackluster, and he started with Nicholas Hoult.
I do want to state this about Willem. I do want to state this about Willem, about Von Franz, though, first.
Yeah.
It didn't bother me at all with his eccentricity, even for the little times it was on there, because that's how Van Helsing acts. I kept thinking of the book while watching the movie, and yeah, this is about as on point as you can get for a Van Helsing character.
Yeah. I mean, like, the closest I would say is that he's a bit like Anthony Hopkins' take in Bram Stoker's Dracula. Well, Francis Ford Coppola's take on Bram Stoker's Dracula, but yeah.
I have not seen that movie. I've heard good things. I might watch it. I might check it out because Gary Oldman's in it. So.
Oh yeah.
I watched it. It was alright. I wasn't like overdone with it, to be honest. But then that might be because I watched it quite long after it came out. So, I was going to say his eccentricity. The eccentricities in this film are duly earned because of the fact they talk about the fact that he was shunned by most people because of his occult obsessions, and then when you see him, he's talking about not being able to. He's in like a trance almost, and they have to snap him out of it, and he starts talking about, "Oh yes, I'm here for. I saw a vision," and blah blah blah. So clearly, the eccentricities of the character are very well earned.
I just realized, in a way, he's sort of a reverse a parallel to Knock, Nosferatu's servant, where they're both very eccentric. They're both very in depth to their to what they're doing, but they both have opposing goals. One seeks to take out the light. One seeks to serve as master. The other one seeks to destroy the master. With both being helpful allies towards both opposing sides.
Yeah, one's trying to help Orlok achieve his goal of getting Ellen, and the other is pretty much trying to stop him. Even if it means killing Ellen, essentially, so that she can bring the count literally to the light.
That works quite well.
Yeah.
Because can't remember the house seller's name, but he gets killed in sort of like he goes to Orlok's coffin to distract them, and then Willem Dafoe's character takes them there too. Oh, Knock, sorry, yeah. Knock is in the coffin to distract them, and then Willem Dafoe's character is also there to distract them. They're both there for similar reasons, but opposite goals, as you point out. That's actually quite a good comparison.
Yeah.
I just thought of that. God.
Yeah, they're both trying to stop Thomas and, essentially the good guys from stopping Orlok. In a way, like one of them, obviously one's like, taking his master's place and essentially like willing his life. And Knock and Ellen you could even say, let's like, they're both sacrificing themselves for one goal or another. One to save Orlok, or to ensure Orlok gets what he wants, and the other to, she does kind of give Orlok what he wants, but in doing so, she's killing him.
Yeah. As well as like, I'm trying to formulate it, but like, also, oh god, I'm losing it. It'll come back to me. Like, yeah.
Can I make a request? If these clips of us end up mostly more Sea Monster, But if these clips end up in a review video, can I request that this Adam Does Movies guy gets his face painted with clown makeup?
Ride. But everybody else is pretty lackluster. Nicholas Hoult, who I freaking love in a ton of different things, especially The Great. He is great in that TV series. But here, he's like an NPC. He's just kind of wandering from scene to scene, doing things without a lot of excitement or intrigue to the character. His wife, Ellen, played by Lily Rose Depp, is...
That's why his character works. He's literally just a guy who's caught up in all of this.
And he's not blank-faced. Like, there are several points, like, when Orlok is approaching him at the fireplace, he's like...
Literally, that clip he just shot... Is this just the fact that... Because... I'm just going to take a break for a second. You keep going.
Okay. Yeah, he's like, like Nicholas Hoult, is clearly, like, Thomas looks horrified about what is about to happen, about what Orlok's doing. He has no idea what's happening.
Dude does not just have one facial expression throughout the film. I'm convinced you didn't watch the first half of the film. The man is screaming at the top of his lungs.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
Oh. Right.
Oh, boy.
And what's just formulating my thoughts. I get the impression that this guy, he doesn't understand subtlety of expressions. So that clip he just showed there when I can't remember her name now. She's going on that. There's actually, speaking of, there's a lot of one shots in this film. Lots of like very long takes that just keep going and going. But because they're so well done, you don't really notice until afterwards. But in that clip there where she's going off on one about the dreams she's having, and Nicholas Hoult is sitting in the background, and he's like, the expression on his face is a plenty going on in that expression. So for this guy to say, oh, yeah, he's just blank and not really showing anything, or blah blah, whatever the hell he just said, is he just not? Does he kind of understand subtle expressions?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a gradual thing where he kind of goes from like, okay, honey, it's like, hold on, honey, it's fine, or kind of like, look, it's gonna be fine, all right, I'm gonna be fine. It's only gonna be for a few weeks. I'm gonna be gone. Don't worry about it. Nothing's gonna happen. And then she describes to him the dream, and as she describes more and more detail, like he just goes like, oh shit, this is kind of
what have I gotten myself into? What is happening?
Not even that. Like he knows that she has the nightmares and all that, but he's all like,
no, that's later. That is much later.
Yeah, yeah. He gets I think that this is like the first we see of him. Like this might be like news to him, where he's like hearing some of the deets, if you will, about what she's dreaming. And and even then, she's not like obviously stating like, oh yeah, there's a vampire. I'm had this dream where I'm getting married to this 8 foot tall vampire, pretty much.
Yeah.
But she does say, she just in metaphor, she's like talking about
intrigue to the character.
There it is. Oh. That's the shot.
Yeah. Right there.
I mean, look at him.
Yeah.
He looks blank.
He looks concerned. He looks so concerned.
Yeah.
And what the hell are you going to say about Lily Rose? And what is he going to say about Lily Rose Depp here? Like, I mean, you got. What are we in for?
Oh boy.
His wife Ellen, played by Lily Rose Depp, is the one that's kind of getting a lot of the Oscar nods. A lot of attention's being placed on her and the performance she gives in this film, and I ask why. I really do. It's coming off a lot of the times as very comical, very silly. She gets seizures a lot. She's like, where you go?
How is
what?
Silly.
Oh.
Okay, how do you expect someone to ask when they are totally possessed by a what is functionally devil?
Yeah, and here's the thing: she doesn't like when she's asking, "Where are you going?" Like that's like, I mean, maybe he's like being hyperbolic here, but it's like she's not acting out where she's like, or like that doesn't happen until much later in the film. But yet, it's like that's later in the film, and there's really good reason for her to be, for why she's acting like that. There's like in the plot, it is obvious.
Exactly.
Do you know when someone says something and they're making comments about something that they have absolutely no awareness of? She's having seizures. So she's having fucking seizures like people do in real life, and he's sitting there going, "Oh look, it's really comical when she shakes around like that." Please go up to somebody who suffers from seizures and say to them, "Hi, you look funny when you're suffering."
Like, also,
fucking dense asshole.
Adam, listen to me. Listen to me. You strawmanned us with the Marvel argument. Why the hell do you think people are saying that? With comments like this, why the hell do you think people are saying, "I'm sorry, it's not a Marvel movie," or something like that?
Sorry, it's not a Marvel movie, fucker.
Why the hell do you think people are saying that?
Yeah, and plus Marvel movies have been shit lately, so like don't even.
My point still stands.
I fucking sorry. I really hate it when people make comments like this when they have absolutely no understandings of like conditions, the things that people go through. It makes them sound incredibly isolated and stupid and small-minded.
Yeah, and even if this is supposed to be for humor and all that, which I mean, this seems to be this guy's like sort of like style where he is trying to be a little more like just having a little more energy or humor to his videos. Like maybe I don't know, maybe probably rethink think just twice, at least twice about doing the seizure joke. I don't.
Yeah,
when people can absolutely be insulted.
Since when was a seizure, especially in this context, or in any, actually not even in this context, in any context, comical? Outside of The Simpsons, I guess.
I mean, yeah. But one thing I was going to say is when people can make jokes and insult people, that's absolutely fine, but they have to be correct. Because it's a very fine line between being accurately funny and being inaccurately stupid, and he's so far fully on the latter side of the line.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why someone would like. Yeah, to be honest, like it's like the whole thing with when people make fun of like how the Riddler's like like throwing a tantrum like in that interrogation scene of the Batman. Where he's like, this is not how it's supposed to go. Like people just like laugh about that. It's like out of only out of context. Maybe question mark, but it like when you're watching the film and when you have the context, like I don't know how that can be funny. If anything, this is like especially Ellen's seizures. It's like really, it's like every time she goes into seizures, I'm just like, oh fuck.
It's funny out of context. Hell, not even the seizures are funny out of context. With Riddler, I can see why it's funny out of context. But much like Ellen, in context, it makes sense. He's a mentally deranged character who is jealous of what's going on and is trying to do something about it, though taking the wrong path.
Well, in the context of that scene, he's trying to like he's pretty much like he's trying to make sense of like why Batman isn't like going along with his game at this point. Like, is he even like did Batman like not know about what's happening?
Exactly.
Like he thought
with Ellen, we know this from the start of the film. She has been in conversation or connected to Nosferatu, to Orlok, and now he's reaching out to her properly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's.
I think the evidence of how good her acting is during those scenes. At the start of the film, she where you first see what it turns out to be Count Orlok. She's having a seizure in the garden. And when I watched it, I thought to myself, that kind of looks like she's being fucked. If I'm being completely honest, it looks like she's being really, really well railed.
Yeah.
Then later in the film, she then talks about the fact that about that scene, and her dad finds her and starts saying like sin, sin. At which point it's like, oh yeah, she was. So yeah, that was actually well performed in that case.
Yeah. And there's also even a later scene where when they're at the where they're at like the shoreline, pretty much. While Friedrich and Anna are talking, Aaron Taylor Johnson and Cassandra Nova, pretty much from Deadpool Wolverine. It's the same actress, by the way. Emma Corrin. They're talking, just being like, "Oh, come on, let's just talk about little Friedrich Jr. here. Like how's he doing?" And next thing you know, they catch Ellen like essentially having a seizure, and she's splayed out, like legs out, and she also looking like she's getting she's getting like some creamy Orlock going on.
That's one way to put it. That's one way to put it.
Yeah.
Creamy sheave.
Creamy sheave.
Yeah.
So yeah, in short, those are well done. This guy's talking nonsense.
They're not funny.
They're not funny.
How the hell did you find them funny?
I guess he's going by Arthur.
And neither's he.
He's like taking cue from Arthur Fleck. It's like, comedy is subjective, Murray. Isn't that what they say? All
Murray.
of you. Murray.
Roger Rabbit did a better job shaking. Granted, she can roll her eyes in the back of her head, which is impressive, I will give.
You don't just say that! God damn it, man!
Jesus Christ.
For that. But tonally, there's something just off about this film. I get that he's trying to pay homage to some of the classics. Obviously Nosferatu's been done a few times over. So he's putting a bit of an old-timey spin on it with the way people are acting in the film, the way he shoots the movie, which is very tripod and dolly heavy. This camera's constantly turning and then turning back and pushing forward and pulling back. It does have so many good merits about it.
The cinematography. Okay, all right. I'll let him finish.
From the cinematography to the sound design to the clothing to the visuals, like the builds of the sets, some of the practical effects, like that stuff is all so good. But it comes down to the runtime and the story, and these are two departments where I think it completely misses the mark. And also,
okay, so we've already talked about the runtime.
Yeah, the runtime is entirely subjective. He can shove that up his ass. I'm already not being happy with this guy. He's just complained about the filmmaking, i.e. the camera work, which is reminiscent of the old style camera work, which it is deliberately trying to copy and does well, especially again, comparisons between certain scenes to make the difference, to make the comparison and make it feel stronger and more deliberate. But after saying, "Oh, I didn't like all this," he then says, "Yeah, but it's all good though, and the actual complaints are this and this." Yeah. So was it bad or wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially when you take into account that the original was 20 minutes shorter, tried to be of a comparable length. And when you also, again, factor in the original book, there is a lot that happens in the original book.
Yeah, and a lot is pretty much like going on in this movie, and they pretty much like you again utilize the time very well, pretty much, and it's already like considering that Nosferatu is like they condensed the story of the Dracula sort of adaptation type thing, where like certain characters from the original novel aren't even present in this. Because like the dynamics are different. Like like essentially like Friedrich Harding, Aaron Taylor Johnson, he's essentially Arthur Homewood. And Anna Harding is his wife. Is Lucy Westenra. Lucy Westenra, it kind of has like I think at least in the Coppola version, she has like suitors pretty much.
Yeah, she has three suitors in the original book. All of them of various different eccentricities, except for the one that she actually chooses. I think it's the one that she chooses that dies, if I'm remembering correctly. I'm going through the original book, so I'll get to that eventually.
I think she chooses Arthur. I think the one who dies might be Quincy Morris. I think.
No, yeah, it was Quincy. That's it. Yeah, and then what was the third one? Frick,
Jack Stewart. Jack Stewart. He's the guy that runs the asylum. Stewart. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, Nosferatu bad.
According to her, he was good.
The original film condensed, like, it sort of combined the suitors into one character. And then,
pretty much.
And especially considering here, Von Franz is given a hell of a lot more to do. Like, he just shows up out of nowhere in the original film.
Yeah, and he doesn't really do much, really, in the original Nosferatu. Like, he's just kind of there. I'm not even sure if he even... it's been a while since I've watched the 79 Nosferatu, but I think he probably had more to do in that one, maybe, but not a whole... But I definitely don't recall him having a whole heck of a lot more than he does in... really. Like, definitely, like, not as much as he does here.
Almost every memorable horror film has a great villain. I can think of one with Bill Skarsgård himself in the It films as Pennywise. Here he plays Nosferatu, and I hate him in this movie. First off, I don't think I've ever found a mustache threatening at all. It's not intimidating.
Tell that to Hitler.
Already.
Yeah, that sums it up quite well. Actually, no. Let me give a different comparison. Tell that to Vlad the Impaler, the guy who inspired Dracula.
That's right. Yeah, him too. Stalin. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We can talk about multiple real life terrors who have a mustache. Dracula.
Which
has
one?
A stash and is rocking it and is absolutely terrifying.
Plus, wait, hold on. Which one? Which one
Dracula in the book. He has facial hair.
Oh yeah, that too. Well, here's the thing. And if we want to go outside of like horror villains, pretty much, and just talk about characters in general who have threatening auras with a mustache. I mean, Saddam Hussein had a mustache. Yeah. No, I was gonna say Douglas Gordon, baby.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
My boy, my baby boy. I love him. But like, mustaches can be threatening. Plus, Orlok is a resurrected corpse, and it's debatable whether or not he's still human. The mustache is the one I described him in the discussion as sort of a mockery of humanity, as if this demon is mocking us. And the mustache, I think, adds that. It's the last.
But not only that, he also has
it's the last remnant of any sort of humanity that this thing could have.
Well, yeah, not just the mustache, but he even has a little bit of head of hair as well, just on one side of his head, though. The other half is entirely bald. But and I think that's even a style. For what I recall, I think that's even a style for like Romanian people in general as well, like or like nobles and what have you.
Yeah, but I think the mustache also adds to the mockery because of how well done it is. It's the one thing that on him that actually looks somewhat well made, and it's as if it's artificial. It's like that one. It's like the plastic nose, mustache, and glasses thing that you see in the cartoons, where they use that to disguise themselves. It's sort of like that. It's as if it's hiding amongst us with that, and as if it's mocking us with that.
It's kind of like his coat and hat that he wears when he's in the castle, and then the coat that he carries around with him for most of the rest of the film. It's very ill-fitting. It doesn't quite fit him.
Yeah,
and you realize why, because most of the time when he's attacking people, he isn't wearing it. So it's clearly just like, it's just him, like you said, a mockery of humanity. Like the last vestiges of his humanity that he sort of draped over him like a funeral shroud.
Yeah, that's what hides him.
Yeah, it's almost like a literal his wardrobe could almost be literally like it's him. It's like a metaphor of him just being like a shell, essentially. You know, like it's literally a husk, and all that's like inside is just. It's basically something is inhuman, pretty much. Yeah, Zim's in the chat. Hey, Zim. We're suffering here. And yeah.
It often comes off as silly. When I see Nosferatu the first time and he's rocking a Ron Swanson underneath his schnoz, I'm not scared. Unless I'm his barber, I suppose. Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. This vampire kind of sucks. He's old, of course. Nosferatu's been around for centuries. This guy's no spring chicken, all right? Shave the mustache, dude. You're not pulling it off. But he also has a very old way of speaking, and I hate it. He has that Transylvanian sound, blah, blah, blah. But he also adds a lot of brrr onto everything. I can't roll the tongue like he does, and he rolls the fuck out of that tongue. Every other word is a tongue roll. And he speaks as if he's an old man ordering soup from a deli. So slow. Everything he says is an eternity.
How do you expect a walking corpse to sound like?
Who's been around for centuries.
Freaking
He's literally rotting away.
Can I just? He said this film. A lot of the characters in this film are very like drab. I think it was. He said earlier. Is that Willem Dafoe's is very eccentric, and everybody else seems quite dour in comparison. And then you have this ancient vampire from a different century who's talking like an old man from a different century, and he doesn't like it. Oh, this film is bad because I don't like the portrayal of this really well acted and quite accurate character.
Not even from a different century, long dead. He's an undead being. This is a creature that shouldn't be alive. How the hell do you expect that to sound?
Yeah, exactly. Like he's from Orlok is from like a bygone era. Essentially, he's essentially like, it's ironic because like we call him a man out of time when really he's a monster out of time. Pretty much in this instance, everyone is dour in the film because they're dealing with like this horrifying unholy force that is just beyond their comprehension. They don't understand, and the people who do understand, who try to warn them, they don't believe them. Like Ellen, she's trying to warn everybody, like Friedrich and Thomas. They don't really believe her, with Friedrich even just sort of alienating her as the film progresses. And Willem Dafoe, Von Franz, is eccentric, but he's still taking this shit seriously. Like, he's still like, look, you guys have, like, in order for us to face evil, you have to acknowledge that it exists. He's trying his damnedest to convince the people that something is wrong, that there's something wrong with Ellen. And as they progress, it's like this evil, if there's an evil out there, it's very real, and it has come for her. It is coming for all of us.
This is evil made manifest. And this is a really, 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 really weird comparison. But when I think of evil made manifest, I think of things like the Overlord from Lego Ninjago, where it's this raspy, hard, and powerful, but still subtle voice. It's a thing. Yeah. It's, again, weird comparison, but like, listen to how he sounds. Listen to the Overlord and then compare that to Nosferatu. That's evil incarnate. This is the physical manifestation of terror and the plague.
Yeah, like the way he speaks, he's
dead.
Yeah, the way he speaks
that.
Yeah, the way he speaks is that he's essentially like this evil that has that has pretty much been awakened after centuries of just like laying in the darkest pits. Like he's and Zim says like eccentricities is literally the point of Orlok. His speech distinguishes him from peasants of the region and the ragged nature of his body. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is, and. It's not like it's also like like I said, he's an undead evil being. That's why he kind of said in fact, that's kind of like why Bill Skarsgård, kind of said that he was kind of like taking cues from like Mongolian throat singing, when he's talking like Orlok, where he's like, "It is a black omen to journey in poor health. You will remain here and rest yourself."
Yeah. Like, come on.
It's almost like he's being acted well.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, Bill Skarsgård is a goat. He is one of the goats.
Dude knocked it out of the park.
Yeah. He's better in this than he was as Pennywise, and he was great as Pennywise. So
yeah, dude did amazing. Yeah. Yeah, I brought that up earlier, Helsing being eccentric. Hell, it also kind of fits the original style because, like, the original acting in German Expressionism, eccentricity is all over the place. In fact, this is just the case with silent films overall, because they're still drawing a lot from theater, so eccentricity is going to be the name of the game.
A lot of the older films, they basically got theater actors and went, get in front of this camera and start acting, which is why the Thomas Hutter, is it Hutter or Hucker? I can't remember now.
Hutter.
Hutter. That actor in the original Nosferatu, when you see him, especially earlier on in the film before he meets Orlok, a lot of the times he's got this huge smile on his face, and you can almost hear him laughing through the silent film because he's expressing so hard, because that's what they did in the theater, because he's supposed to act to the back row.
Yeah, and also that's another thing that makes the original Orlok work so well. It's because, relatively speaking, he is incredibly subdued, even with, like, in contrast to every single acting to the other actors in the movie. Orlok is very, very stilted, very subdued, and very much not doing the all-out expressive. It's as if it's shocker, not even human, like a zombie or a walking corpse.
Yeah, like the fact, and it pretty much like essentially the eccentricity throughout the film. It's like you pretty much have it in black and white, and just like maybe just tweak the look just a little bit, for the lighting or the shadow and all that, or contrast. Like this movie would fit pretty well as like a new Universal Monsters movie in a way, because like it would just be like another rendition of Dracula. It would just it would fit in quite well with that roster, or even though Orlok and Dracula are technically the same character, but since Stoker's widow was about to slap the filmmakers of the original Nosferatu in the nuts in court over using her late husband's property, like like they had to change the names.
Yeah. Though, honest to God, I don't blame her.
I can understand that.
As the film is, I do not blame her for how she acted. Seriously, that is oof.
I can understand that, but at the same time, like, if the film, like, if there weren't any surviving copies of the original Nosferatu, who knows if we would have even gotten this film, pretty much, or at least like the way that it is, sort of. Like, I mean, the name changes probably wouldn't matter. Like, if you were to like stick with like this version of like if this version of Nosferatu just like was kept the same writing and everything. It's just that the character names are as they were in Bram Stoker's novel, pretty much. Or I don't even know. Like, I mean, we definitely wouldn't have the awesome creature design for Orlok in this. Like that is for sure. Like it would not, like we would not get it if there weren't any surviving copies of the original F.W. Murnau silent Nosferatu.
I think older folks Nosferatu's age might be able to get through it no problem because clearly they have all the time in the world. You can't roll the tongue. So without getting into the details, the basic plot is
Adam, how old are you?
How old are you?
I am pretty sure I'm half your age.
I'm pretty sure I'm like 10 years younger than you. I've seen the movie twice in theaters, and it's like I was never bored. Like
at no point was I bored. I was either squirming in my seat or glued to the screen.
This is highly subjective, like highly subjective. It's I don't like it, therefore it's bad. Not it's bad for this reasons, therefore it's bad.
We'll definitely get a bit more into it once we get to the spoiler review because this is the spoiler-free stuff and we're already tweaking.
This is a taste.
Genuinely, I am significantly younger than you, and I was able to sit through it no problem. I had a great time sitting through it, either because I liked squirming my seat, or because I was genuinely glued to the screen and invested what happened. You don't say shit like that. Don't say shit like that. Period. Ugh.
Thomas, being the gentleman and the scholar that he is, has to leave the little lady for a while to do business off into the countryside where he's going to meet Count Chocula and sign a little certificate so that the man can pack his bags and move closer to the city. But Ellen seems to have already familiarized herself with this mysterious man. He pays her visits in her sleep. Dreams of a very seductive nature. I know this because Ellen makes all sorts of provocative noises throughout the film when she's not heavily breathing constantly to annoy me. In fact, a lot of people...
God.
I don't get that. Breathing heavily... She's either making seductive noises or breathing heavily. Is this in reference to her seizures? Because otherwise, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
No, she breathed heavily a lot as well throughout the film. It's not just the seizures, but she's also like heavy breathing. But for one, no, she straight up tells you this information. You're lying. She straight up told she exposits to the audience this information via warning Thomas, not just telling, but warning him about what he's up against.
Yeah,
and the fact that she has familiarity with him.
Yeah, and also I think she was breathing heavily when she's like in bed, and talking to Von Franz about how her dreams grow darker. And she's like describing like how she's had like this ability, these psychic abilities that has essentially alienated her from the rest of her family. Like when she's able to like know what her presents on Christmas were going to be before she even get the chance to open them. And how she was essentially kind of like exiled or instituted potential. I think she may have even said she was instituted by her father when he caught her just being like sitting. What you doing?
Exactly.
And so and she's like really worried about Thomas because like Thomas was like the only person in her life that she's known. Well, aside from Anna, I mean for sure. But Tom,
it's not even just the only person in her life that she's known. It's the guy who staved off Orlok for how long have they been married?
Well, I'm not sure. I can't recall. How long ago did they say? It would have to be.
That was a point. She states in the movie that she has not had the nightmares for so long because Thomas and her got together.
Yeah, they've been together for long enough so that right when even though like they probably remarried like at least relative, like maybe not super recent, but like just recent enough to where Frederick, when he's talking with Thomas the night before Thomas leaves, he kind of pops the question like, "So when are you and Ellen expecting? Going to be expecting? Like that. Like that's usually the kind of question that is asked, like that would be asked like fairly recent, fairly like early into the marriage between the couple in question."
Yeah. Well, actually, no, it kind of depends. Granted, I think it's like 18 or 19.
1838. 1838.
Okay, so yeah, that would be a little bit earlier then, considering.
Well, here's the thing: like how long they've been married, or how long all we pretty much get the idea is like they would have to have been together for long enough to know that they're right for each other.
Exactly.
And to be that committed to each other. Like how long that may be, like the exact timeline, isn't completely relevant, but still. Also, we got we got the Atom Smasher in the chat.
Hey.
How's it going, guys?
Wonderful. We're loving it.
Oh man.
You could say I'm special.
In this movie have a hard time breathing, especially our count. Can someone get Nosferatu a goddamn inhaler? Because every breath this man takes seems like it's his last. Come closer, young Padawan. And we're in a Star Wars movie now. You know what? I was thinking about Star Wars because at one point Lily Rose Depp is rocking some all-black gown with this whole head thing, and it reminded me of Panda Bear from one of the Star Wars prequel movies. Padme, she gets in her emo phase in the second or third film, and it looked very familiar.
Okay.
Is this guy all right?
Again.
Is this guy all right?
To the point of the breathing, how do you expect an undead corpse to sound?
We've decimated this thoroughly, like this point about his point about Orlok. This is just like at this point we're just like, all right, let's just have him make another joke about Orlok's breathing and way speaking. Like, all right.
Just remember, it's one of those cases where he could spend more time talking about the plot or problems with scenes, but instead it's another joke.
The thing is, unlike -1, he did make a spoiler review, so he's probably going to be talking more about the plot there.
So we're just this is an appetizer for what's to come. This is an appetizer before we get to the entree, where we maybe start hearing a little more deets. Maybe.
Also, in case he does watch this, because he did watch at least 1 hour of my video. Adam, the reason why we were able to find all your videos on your topics is because you have such easy search optimization. So you always put it in the thumbnails or the titles. So it doesn't make my job all that hard, my friend.
And plus we're able to we put all this stuff together and just get the reason why we get all this stuff together and be so thorough and be so in depth and spend hours talking about your wackiness, if you will, is because we take pride in our work. I think I've said that in a previous stream of yours.
Yeah.
What does take pride in your work mean? I don't know.
We'd also like to see some improvement in. I know you have the whole thing of it's a guy talking to his friends about movies. Not all of us talk about movies the same way. Not all of us talk about movies the same way.
I know that your thing kind of broke up there, but yeah, like the idea of, my style is a group of friends talking about movies is so broad, and so many bros talk with each other about movies. Clearly, it seems in ways that just so happen to be more in depth than you. Yeah. So I don't know.
Let me make a comparison. When guys talk about having relationships or even having sex, it's normally very short in terms of, so how was it? Oh, it was great. Cool. How's your relationship going? Oh, it's going all right. Yeah, did some stuff. Oh, cool. Women will go into way more detail, and I usually find their conversations much more fascinating. Especially you get two of them talking to each other, and you're just sitting there listening. They go on and on and on. There's so many details, and it's great because then you could just take notes and like, okay, I need to do that. That's not I don't do that to and do that.
Well, that's the thing is that like in social situations, women usually are like that. But with like guys, if you're just sitting down, just drinking and playing games, you will get some really in-depth conversations on whether it's games or movies. It's just like
that's what I mean. It's like group of people talking for a group of friends talking can be, yeah, that was great, or it can be, yeah, I really enjoy this little detail of this and how this went together. It's such a wide range of differences.
Exactly. Yeah.
And how in depth we go, even with the details, like with the I enjoyed this detail, how in depth we go, and that absolutely varies. I know for a fact when I'm talking with some of my friends about this, I don't go as in depth. Either because I'm still processing the film, or I would like to try discussing it at some other point in a very different fashion later down the line. This Nosferatu was the latter. Sonic 3 was the former. And yeah, very different ways of discussing it, especially when, depending on the friend or the person you're talking to, like, when I'm online, when I'm talking with Kaiju Kuru, he and I were on a similar wavelength when it comes to like critical analysis, so we're a little bit more in depth, whereas with a different friend in person, we're not that. He's not as much in that kind of thing, so we're talking in a more broad strokes manner. Oh, I like this. Oh, I like that. I think the acting was great. I think the visuals were good. I didn't like this character. Okay, but I did like this character, blah, 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 blah. That kind of thing.
In relevance to this film, I went to watch it with a mate, and the first thing he said to me when the credits rolled, he just leant over and said, I couldn't stop thinking about Dracula Dead and loving it.
I mean, like, I know for myself, I saw it with my dad, and it ended up being like he has a packed theater. I wasn't expecting it to be as packed as it was. And afterwards, me and him had a pretty long conversation on things. Like, it's all the idea of this channel right here. This is the channel people go to be like, guys, just sitting down talking about movies is exceptionally narrow-minded, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went to see it with my brother, one of his friends, and my friend, and all three of us had different ways of talking about the film. All three of us did enjoy the movie, but we all expressed our enjoyment in various different ways. Like, yeah. Like I said. So.
Yeah, so it's I think it's saying to a point that this film, considering what it is, still appeals and is still enjoyed by a lot of different people with a lot of different opinions, and a lot of different people like it. So for him to go, oh, what is so boring? Only old people will be able to sit through this and enjoy it.
Funny, because I'm guessing. Funny, both times I went and saw the movie. It's all right. Both times I went and saw the movie, there were like younger people, right? Especially the second time I saw it, where after it was like right after the holidays, so there's more people out. There were like a lot of younger people there. Now, I mean, there is like the occasional just sort of chuckle anytime someone says he is coming, pretty much. So that's,
that's like to be expected. You don't say that. You can't say that nowadays with a straight face.
But here's the thing: like honestly, like at a certain point, I remember I forget which movie review it was he did. I think it was like Sonic 3 that he mentioned like a bunch of people just being rowdy and like making a joke about telling them to shut up, but he decided not to. Like. In cases like that, like, unlike Adam, like, most people will just have the spine to say, yo, can you, like, just shut the fuck up, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, it was still fairly, like, they weren't doing stuff like that throughout the movie, really. It was just, like, on occasion. But, a lot of those, like, younger people were like, yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah. Like, my brother and his friend are 4 years younger than me, and I think I'm just over half Adam's age, roughly. So, or just around half Adam's age. So, like, there you go. There you go.
Well, isn't the big thing nowadays is that if you have like a low attention span, that's a problem. So like if you had problems getting through Nosferatu, I think that says more about the decreasing attention span of people rather than it being designed for specifically older folks.
Yeah.
So this is the guy who watches TikTok videos but has to have a second or third video included with his TikTok video because he can't have the attention span to watch a like 1 or 2 minute video like just as it is. He has to have other things going on whilst that's going on.
Yeah, he has one out, which is he has one earbud in, which is connected to a different device that's just playing fast-paced music, and another device that's just connected to Family Guy clips.
Oh.
If you're looking to sink your teeth into some scares, though, Nosferatu's going to have you covered every half hour or so when the mood is right. There's going to be 3 or 4 pretty aggressive jump scares in this thing. And I'm talking aggressive.
Jump scares.
But he literally just said when the mood is right. He said when the mood is right, you'll get some scares.
That's what I mean. Yeah. So you'll get some scares. Here's some jump scares. I'm like, there are so many more like scares and like things that'll make you creep out, and there's so much in this film that could be classed as scary. But all he's classifying as scary is the bit where it goes,
Adam, it's called a slow burn, my friend. The scare part, and the scare part is the build-up to Orlok himself. The entire movie is a build-up and payoff to Orlok himself. It's not jump out of your seat. And honest to God, I think the fact that it is a build-up to Orlok himself makes the jump scares actually kind of work. Because in a way, we don't see Orlok full body we only see it twice. And it is for very, very, very specific sequences.
Yeah, the most like explicit example of like a jump scare moment is when the guy's like going down in the lower decks on the boat, and Orlok is like it's like I only remember 3 jump scares: the coffin, the cargo box, and the house at night. The second one is pretty much the one that you could classify as like, okay, yeah, this is like something that you would see in something like the Conjuring movies, but it's a really well done jump scare. Like the jump scares in this movie, when they come. Like they're very effective because of how well built up they are and they're all like legitimate, like it's not like a false scare. I mean, there's like one false scare in the movie, which is kind of like when Ellen suddenly is like behind Anna in the dark of the night.
You can feel that, you can feel it coming, all right. But he's like you can see the dark patch behind you, like, oh, what's going to be there? Oh, it's her.
Yeah, it's
the one I wanted to mention on the ship when the guy goes down to lower decks, ahoy, with the axe, and as he's going towards the crate, you can see by the firelight, is like there's stuff hanging next to him, and as he goes past, one of them turns. You're like, oh shit, that's Orlok.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's really nicely done. It's just like it's not like dun or anything like that. It's just there it is, and he walks past and it moves, and you're like, oh shit, he's behind him.
Yeah.
And then you're just waiting for him to actually attack the dude.
Yeah. It's like at that point it's coming. And even the fake jump, and even the one fake out scare, it's like it's not like they just play like a musical sting, like you keep like oh god, there was like several moments in like Halloween H2O pretty much where there's like false jump scares and there's like a musical sting where it's like dang it! And it's like, oh my god, it's just you. But no, there's nothing like that. The fake out scare in this movie, there isn't anything like that. It's just like okay, we're just looking through the darkness. It's like there's no soundtrack playing. And when she turns around, it's like, oh god, it's Ellen. They like it's not overstated. It's just like it's kind of like something that it's something that would happen in real life. Really, like you could just jump scare someone. It's not like there's gonna be like an orchestra playing.
I know
like,
I've been jump scared multiple times by my brothers, both sometimes by accident. Actually, half the time it's by accident.
You know, like that one scene where he's like, it's the middle of the day and he tries to stake Orlok, and then Orlok pops out of his tomb before Thomas ends up getting back into the castle.
Yeah,
like that's one jump scare where like you expect it coming, but you're also surprised, since even though he's in a crypt where it's still like daytime, so you wouldn't have expected him to pop out anyway. Because in most cases in vampire films, even if you're in a dark place, you'll still have the vampire be pretty much immobile throughout the entire daylight cycle.
It's not actually like it's daytime. It's more so night has just appeared. Like you can see this with the lighting.
It just drops.
Yeah. Night has just appeared.
Like you're not expecting him to pop out like just like that.
Yeah. Also, Kasaibu's comment.
The appeal is mostly atmospheric horror, as Omnivore said in his review. Yeah, well, that's the thing with like a lot of gothic horror, is that atmospheric horror is the main driving force of the horror.
Yeah, that's part of why the original Dracula is so effective, because of the atmosphere and the structure of the story.
Music goes from a 10 to a 100 instantly. Something always pops out in front of the camera, which gets Lily Rose Depp worked up again.
Fuck you!
Fucking hell, dude! Come on. Enough! God damn it!
Dude.
Nobody
Hey, Freshly Madge. Freshly Madge. I'm sorry for acknowledging. We're just kind of we're in hell. Protein and urine.
Oh dear! I don't want to press play, but we're gonna have to.
Yeah.
You guys working on Nosferatu over there, or a Who Framed Roger Rabbit sequel? What you doing?
Shut the
Same
fuck
joke
up,
again.
please.
God damn it, man!
Funny the first time.
I will say,
funny as his face.
Stop it.
Here's the thing: going through this video, vetting process, just to see if it would actually be like, oh, hey, would this be stream worthy? At this point, like by this point in the video, I was just like, please stop. I genuinely needed a break the first time going through this video, because it's like
I sat through the whole thing in one go. How I survived, I have no idea.
Oh Jesus! I don't know if I'm going to get through the first viewing.
We'd probably have to just get into the spoiler.
I already know.
Well done, you laughed at your own joke, you fat.
Enough! Enough! Ha 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 ha!
Hardy har har hardy har har.
Hardy fucking har. God.
Also, Roger Rabbit wasn't shaking when he'd made that noise. He was pleading.
Yeah.
So he's just wrong on so many levels. He's as wrong on as many levels as he has creases in his forehead.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh my lord.
There's going to be a lot of amazing reviews for this movie. I'm not trying to be contrarian. I saw it with several other people who are also bored to tears with this.
So you're all stupid. So I'm being really nasty to this guy now, but he's made fun of people who have seizures twice. He's lost any good faith with me.
He strawmanned us, and he also strawmanned people, us, people like us, when they say, "Oh, you just went into it expecting a Marvel movie."
Sorry, it's not a Marvel movie, fucker.
It's like, so far we have not said that, dude. We have not said that. We only brought up Marvel once, and it had nothing to do with like, oh, you just wanted a Marvel movie.
And even then, why do you think people say that? Even if that was the case, why do you think people would say that?
Yeah, and plus, why would anyone? It's like anyone in their right mind would not even use that argument, because anyone in their right mind would pretty much would get some kind of an idea that maybe, just maybe, we shouldn't. Nosferatu isn't gonna be like a Marvel movie. Anybody, like a lot of people, anybody who would go see this movie probably have a good idea that it's not gonna be a Marvel movie. Like, I don't
Exactly.
like. So don't even bring that card in. Don't even.
Think about his argument so far. The film was long. Okay, yeah, it's going to be a long film. The guy playing an ancient, like, vampire, like almost ghoul. Yeah, he sounds like a really old guy. Yes, because he is. The actress who suffers from seizures has seizures. Okay,
and that's bad.
Yes,
for some reason.
And it's funny for some reason.
And everyone acts really dour and like somber in a film about death and people dying and the plague and darkness and evil. Yeah, I wonder fucking why.
God damn it, man.
Basically, he's complaining about this film being what it is. It's like people who say, it's like, what was his name? Oh, fucking hell. Mark the Cyborg. I was having a chat with him about Killing the Monsters, and he was saying, Godzilla 2014. He'd say, Godzilla 2014 is bad because in Godzilla -1, blah, 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 blah. Okay, can you tell me about Godzilla 2014? Yeah, in -1, blah, blah, 2014.
Wrong movie, dude.
It's
Wrong movie.
Yeah, it's like, if that moment could easily be described like in the same vein as like when in Cinematic Venom's first video on Lord of the Rings, not his second, not his re-review, his first review on Lord of the Rings, where he's like, there's a point in that video where he's like Lord of the Rings doesn't work because of this. So I love Harry Potter because not that. It's like, wait a minute, like, hold on.
Wrong movie.
Yeah,
like, they're both iconic fantasy stories, but wrong movie.
Yeah, Gandalf isn't very good because I can't even remember the guy's name in.
He's
Harry
not
Potter
Dumbledore.
Yeah,
he's not Dumbledore. Yeah, Harry Potter was an actual character, unlike Frodo.
You came into this review hoping to hear your thoughts projected back to you. I'm sorry if it doesn't line up. I went in wanting to love this movie. I like his other stuff quite a bit. Well, there's not enough explosions. It's not because it was too intelligent. In fact, this movie has some really stupid parts. It's a bit pretentious at times, and some of the acting and some of the scene direction is just puzzling. I'll give you an example. There are several moments in the film where our poor Ellen is having one of her fits. Just completely going into a tantrum like a toddler. She pops the back, doing the whole body dysmorphia thing, crawling around, speaking in tongues, sweating up a storm, and then not 7 seconds later, her husband's like, so shall we shag now or shall we shag later? It's...
What the fuck? Okay. All right, so...
I'm stuck on the pretentious bit. Where the hell is this movie pretentious?
Yeah.
How?
Okay. All right. Let me go down the list. Yeah. First of all, how is this movie pretentious? But the first real point is, no, dude, we weren't expecting you to, say the same things that we thought of the movie. We expected you to have, like, we've been expecting you to give like a solid reasoning as to why you didn't like Nosferatu, and so far it's been a disaster. Like, second of all,
exactly explained the problems with the film.
And second of all, the scene you're talking about where Ellen has her fit and Thomas is all like, "Hey, do we shag later?" That is not what fucking happens in the movie. How did you miss the beats? There were like several beats going on in that scene. Okay, let me describe you what happens. So Ellen admits to Thomas that she knows Orlok. Like, that her and Orlok have a history. And Thomas is like, "You what? Why weren't you telling me?" And okay, so and then she goes into like, how could you sell me to him, when you signed, or like, I don't know if she exactly says that she signed that contract that Orlok kind of gives to Thomas that he signed, which it was written in occult language, so there's no way that he could have even be able to read it. So he's all like, I didn't even know, I don't, or something like that. She's basically just like going complete, like just kind of turning on him, like it's Orlok's influence over her. Just kind of just kind of letting that, just, like whatever, like sort of things, like how could Thomas like have done this, and so on and so on. And she does the whole like thing, and she does the whole Venom sort of tongue crazy, rolling eyes back and doing the tongue thing. She kind of looked like Venom with that, but that's for sure. I mean, it's very freaky moment, and then she starts doing the whole thing like, no, Thomas, it's okay, I'm all right. Don't, please, don't, please. I forgive. It's okay, honey. And then essentially just rub it up on his legs, essentially. And then she looks up and she's all like,
"Middle leg.
You'll never love me the way he does." And then that is when. And then Thomas, even though he's aware that Ellen is still being influenced by Orlok in some ways, he's trying to like have the love that he could give her overpower Orlok's, essentially, when he's essentially having fucking her.
Trying to stick it to the guy who's trying to take his wife.
Yeah,
weirdly,
he's trying to stick it.
Weirdly, my interpretation of that scene was that she was imagining it.
Yeah,
because there's a very sudden cut between them shagging, and then suddenly it just cuts, and she's lying in bed, and I don't think he was there either. So I was wondering whether that was
the intercourse. No, the intercourse. No, they were having sex. It's during the second night. Like one of Orlok, the second of the 3 nights that Orlok kind of proclaimed her.
Where Johnson's wife almost dies.
Well, she does die. No, that's the first night. The second night is where she does die. But no, this scene I'm talking about, like he's having sex with Ellen. Thomas is having sex with Ellen, and then there's like a really quick cut to Ellen's basically face covered in blood, like blood coming out of her eyes and mouth and what have you. And then it cuts back, and Thomas then has like a bit of a jump or what have you, and he sees like Ellen still convulsing in arousal and sexual pleasure, pretty much, but and talking, but it's like about Orlok doing it, and that's when he realizes like, oh shit, like he became influenced by Orlok as well, and then he tries to essentially like just comfort her, and when she hold her back and just hold her in and just be like, and he's like, it's like, no honey, it's like, no honey, it's not, it's not your fault. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to go and kill him. That is like there are several beats going on throughout that scene. And Adam here, like, I mean, here's the thing. I can understand with this being a spoiler-free video, like you put this out, people are going to be like, oh, hey, what did you think of the movie initially? Should I go see it? Should I not go see it? That's kind of the point of a spoiler-free video. And then you get to the spoiler-filled video where if you do that, then that's kind of where you go a bit more in depth on what on your thoughts of the movie, why you recommend it or don't recommend it to people. That's where you start, getting like kind of like how Jeremy Johns, when he does his videos, like sometimes he does do the spoiler video on that same movie. And then you get to, because like for instance with Joker 2, where it's like people are wondering like, yo, what does Jeremy think of Joker 2 because he really liked Joker 1? Should I go see Joker 2? Should I not? And he gives his rating about why he thinks considers it to be terrible, which it is. And then he gives it a not recommendation. And then he does the spoiler video. It doesn't do it with every movie that he's seen, but he does it. But it's occasionally. Then the spoiler video comes up, and it's like, okay, now let me go a bit more in depth as to why I have issues with this movie, why this movie's not good. All right, I can understand this being a spoiler-free video. You don't want to go that much into detail about the beats that go on within this scene in Nosferatu, where Ellen's like in her possessed, like, seizure state. which then leads to Thomas like having intercourse with her. Her and Thomas having intercourse while she's imagining Orlok. I can understand if you're not going to go into details about that in the spoiler-free section. But, and this is a big but, when you pretty much like omit the fact that there were beats going on within that scene that led up to why Thomas would be having sex with Ellen, then that's just being dishonest. Like, you've seen the movie, you have to know why that there's a reason why he was doing it. So you either weren't paying attention or you're lying.
Exactly. TLDR.
Oh yeah, he was just so bored. He was so bored because the film was long and there was old people in it and there wasn't enough jump scares. That he just didn't pay attention to the film.
Yeah.
This guy's great.
God damn it. God damn it.
That ridiculous. Because this movie takes itself so seriously, these silly moments are far more pronounced. Even the witch had some good humor to break things up and loosen
silly
the
moments.
atmosphere a bit.
This is silly at all.
There's dark humor in the movie, but it's not silly.
This isn't.
We're gonna have to wait till the spoiler review to get all these details, aren't we? And they're gonna be terrible, aren't they?
Yes.
This movie is just dead. Like a vampire, I guess. Across the board, there's hardly a single emotion elicited from the film.
No emotion?
No emotion.
Stupid.
No emotion.
What is that's good. All right, that's a lie. That's a fucking lie right there. Liar.
I can't believe that. There's no emotion in the film. What is he talking about?
I don't even know. Here's the thing, it's like, I don't know, dude. It's like you're wondering, there's no emotion in the film, and we're saying like there is emotion in the film, and it's like, oh yeah, where in the film? And we just be like, we just hand them the Blu-ray copy or whatever, and just be like, go watch it. You'll watch this. Watch it. Watch the film.
This is why people say to him, "Oh, because it's not a Marvel film, he thought it was boring." This is why, because there's emotion all the way through this film. And he didn't notice any of it because most of it is subtle. It's usually the dour sort because, again, dark, dour film. It's because people aren't shouting and hollering. Oh my god! Even then, there's still people expressing extreme emotion in the film. I don't understand how he didn't see. I mean, he might be being hyperbolic. He has to be being hyperbolic. But then
he has
hyperbole.
He is.
But like I said, he's
either lying or being hyperbolic, and it's probably both.
You can only do these kinds of criticisms if you're correct, but he's not, so he sounds stupid.
The people who say oh, you went into this expecting a Marvel movie, those aren't substantive criticisms of you as a critic, sure, but don't just use that as a way to sweep, have it just be a sweep statement over anyone who criticizes you for your take on this film.
You're not
this is just
you're strawmanning. You're strawmanning and you're vague posting when you say that.
You're strawmanning people who have actual reasons for why they disagree with you so heavily on this because here's the thing, you can have your opinion can still be wrong if you pretty much don't have if you have insufficient information. Omniviewer pretty much said this. You're entitled to your informed opinion, and weirdly enough, you've seen the movie. And yet you still seem terribly misinformed.
Exactly. You're flat out lying to the audience, and then you have the gall to strawman them. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it! This is EFAP all over again. This is EFAP cut him again.
Yeah, even EFAP's Cotton video elite had like 2 points that are like maybe valid, maybe.
Yeah. Granted, and we still haven't even gotten to the second one. God damn it, guys! God damn it.
And get this, For what I understand, the spoiler video, he's probably going to say information that's not the same. That's not quite the same. Not so much like more detail, but it's like it contrasts to what we are hearing here. So let's be ready.
Oh dear.
Let's just take a breather.
I just thought, look at the picture we've got on screen.
I need a drink.
Look at his hand positions. And just imagine what he might be doing with those hands. That's where he gets his film opinions from. Well, imagine there's 2 people standing beside him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, like, are you saying, like, there's 2 people beside the hands or something?
Yeah. And he's swallowing all that down. Here we go.
He just
all going to be good, guys.
Katsubu was asking if he's channeling his inner Italian with this.
Sure. Let's go with that.
I'm just saying, speaking to a brick wall.
Yeah.
I was going to call him a double-fisted wanker, but yeah.
He's
other than artsy.
Artsy. Also, I know he's not gonna get this far because considering how he felt about Zim's stream.
No. Oh no. He's like, here's the thing. He didn't even like. Here's the thing. In his like, what was it? Like his Golden Globes 2025 winner stream, pretty much that he did with Tony from Hack the Movies. He pretty much is all like Zim put down a super chat. And it's like, hey, what's up? And they're like, oh, hey, it's the guy that did the stream. And Adam's all like, oh, yeah. And guess what? There's another guy. I'm not going to say his name or plug the channel, what have you, but mark your calendars. On January 11th, he's going to host a stream on Nosferatu. Me.
Yeah, that made me laugh. That genuinely got me. That genuinely started making me laugh.
It's when it's the other way around, you expect that. Like somebody with 90,000 subscribers does a stream on somebody with 500. That the 500 subscriber person turning up in the chat is almost guaranteed. But then to hear that a 90,000 subscriber guy is watching people's streams and then complaining about them, mate, what is wrong with you?
Thing is, he didn't even get through Zim's entire stream. He only got like an hour in.
Yeah, he probably didn't even listen to a lot of the points, really. Like, he missed out on a lot.
No, he did listen to a couple of the points because he commented.
Yeah.
So he even commented as well.
Wow.
Blimey. This guy must be quite paranoid.
I mean, he stated he did want an echo chamber. So.
Well, he's got that between his ears.
Wow.
Like a cardboard box on his head, you know. Well, it's pretty, solidarity.
I wasn't feeling anything for the characters. Again, Thomas is perfectly fine. He's likable, but that's just because Nicholas Hoult is likable. His character is just kind of nothing. He's there. And Ellie...
Nothing! Oh my, nothing!
First of all,
it's for no reason all over again.
Dude, oh my god.
He's in the film for no reason.
I'm walking and talking for no reason.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Let me just... Protagonist, the leading character or one of the characters in a movie, novel, or other fictional text. The main character or one of the most prominent figures in a real situation.
Thomas Hutter is likable and relatable because of the fact that he's he's a regular guy who's thrusted into this extraordinary situation. He's the guy that we follow for the first third of most prominently we follow him for the first third of the movie.
He's just
like all the way until
who's wrapped up in all of this.
Yeah,
that's
exactly. Like he's essentially the guy who we are guide, more or less, until up to a certain point. Not throughout the whole movie, but up to a certain point, and then later on, we essentially the rest of the movie follows much more prominently Ellen, and her dealing. I mean, Ellen's the main character ultimately in this movie, so that is kind of. That's the whole thing. But like Thomas the Hunter is essentially our window into the world into Orlok's world and essentially the hell that he's about to inflict on the world.
Exactly. This is the Mark Russell argument all over again. My god.
Yeah. Do you know what? I was going to say this earlier when they were talking about we were talking about the fact he said, "Oh, there's only like 3 scares in the film. There's only like 3 jump scares," and that's what he considers to be scares. There are whole scenes in this film where the scare is the entire scene, where there is something scary happening for the whole thing, and you're on edge, or you know something's coming along. Haha. There's a bit in, I think it's right after Thomas wakes up Orlok, and he's run into a room and locked the door. Orlok makes Thomas open the door for Orlok. Or was it his shadow's hand? I can't remember now. One of them. Orlok opens the door into the room where Thomas is waiting for him, and there's just like this. You know Thomas is done for because he's he's in a room with no exit other than the door, which is now currently got a vampire standing in front of it.
A vampire and a
pack
of
he's
wolves.
Done for, and you're just watching Orlok walk into this room, and you're like, oh shit, he's in trouble.
Well, here's the thing. Well, actually, Orlok's shadow. Hold on a sec. Orlok's shadow kind of comes through, and it actually it pretty much influences Thomas. Like with like the flick of his fingers to influence Thomas to open the door for Orlok. That is kind of what happened. That's kind of more of the details of what happened, but still.
Another standout sequence with the scares is Orlok's arrival into Visburg, where it's where like everyone is going absolutely haywire as the boat slowly approaches the harbor. Nock has broken out of prison, has killed a man, and is just screaming, "The master has arrived," or that kind of line, as Orlok disembarks through town. Yeah.
Well, even then, like the boat crashes, and we don't even see Orlok get off the disembark, really. It's like Orlok arrives pretty much at the same time as Thomas arrives, actually. So the reason why we don't see Orlok disembark is because we see Thomas, finally arrive in the town at the same time. So
that's where the scares are from. That's where the scares are from. It's not a Five Nights at Freddy's game. It's a slow burn, like I said.
Yeah, and right after that, I think right after that, like almost immediately after that, we see Nock essentially rowing. Like the reason why Orlok doesn't disembark is because we see Nock like rowing the boat with Orlok's sarcophagus to Schloss Grunewald, which is the estate that Orlok has bought in Visburg.
This film is good. This guy is not.
Yeah, movie good. Yeah.
And Ellen is barely present throughout most of the film. She's constantly having her little fits and her tantrums, so it's hard to really get in the mindset of her or
we have multiple sequences from her direct perspective. What do you mean it's difficult to get into her mindset?
It's him saying she's barely in the film. So I'm gonna have to rewind that because I'm pretty sure he. What?
And Ellen is barely present throughout most of the film. She's
barely present.
What the fuck?
You realize the entire plot hinges around her, right?
Yeah, he's not even specifying like in what way is she not present? Is she barely present? Is she barely present physically, or is she barely present in terms of it, like figuratively, like the film focusing on her? Which, first of all, if either case, wrong.
You're wrong. She is one of two protagonists of this film, and the entire reason the plot happens.
She's the main protagonist. I almost said antagonist. She's the main character of the movie. She is the reason why everything about this movie, everything that happens, what Thomas does, what Orlok is doing, what everyone is doing, revolves around her, Ellen Hutter. Everything. Exactly. The whole plot surrounds her. She's pretty much the catalyst for everything that plays out. From frame one from the first frame of the film to the last.
Exactly. And if you're talking physically,
he's so wrong.
Again,
yes.
If you're talking physically, roughly half of the film's shot composition is dedicated to her specifically.
Yeah, she's in the shots at least half the time.
Character we see in the movie.
Exactly. And she's the last as well, along with Orlok.
Look, I don't understand how he could be so wrong about that. I'm still struggling with just understand how he could be so wrong. She's barely in the film. Were you even watching the right film? Was he watching the original 20? Did he accidentally go and see a showing of the 1922 version? It's just
even there, I would say he's kind of wrong, because she's actually quite prominent in the 1922 version. Not as prominent as she was in the remake, but there is a lot of prominence for her, even when she isn't physically on screen.
And she's also more or less prominent in the same way, in the 22 version as she is in the 79 film. I would at least.
Yeah.
Maybe a little more, maybe, but I mean, like the 79 film, I think I'm not even sure if even the 22 version has this, but there is a scene in the 79 film where she is having a one-on-one conversation with Orlok or Dracula in that instance. In the 79 film, Ellen's pretty much named Lucy, which it's confusing as hell. Like they swap Lucy and Mina's name in that movie. Where Mina's the main character whom Dracula's going after, and Lucy is kind of like the other girl. In the 79 Nosferatu, they swap the names for reasons. Like Lucy in the 79 Nosferatu is essentially Mina or Ellen. Let's just say, pretty much. Like she has a one-on-one convo with Orlok or Dracula in that film, and I don't think the 22 film has that. Minecraft, you've seen it like more recently. Did that ever happen, or in the 22 film?
In the 22 film, I don't think they ever meet until the ending.
Okay. All right.
We can do this.
We're almost there. We are 2 hours and 35 minutes into the stream.
So it's hard to really get in the mindset of her or sympathize with the character that much, especially when she kind of has the hots for the Dark Prince. I was joking with my friends about this movie because Nosferatu looks so atroцiously ugly and he's got that dumb mustache. It'd be funny if Ellen was like, I remember falling for him years ago, and then they could have done a flashback to high school and it's like a Grease setting. Nosferatu's got the leather jacket against the T-bird leaning up. Ellen has a hoop skirt on, laughing with the other girls. Are you gonna ask him the Sadie Hawkins dance? He's such a bad boy. Nos. There's Nos. What's up, ladies? Blah, blah, blah. Fangs on the table. I hate this performance so much. I prefer Adam Sandler's interpretation of Dracula in Hotel Transylvania. That's where I'm at right now. But
okay, so Ellen does not have. Okay, yeah. Okay, so Ellen does not have the hots for Orlok. She doesn't even love him. The reason why she even came in contact with Orlok, the reason why anything was happening, is because Ellen was alienated by her family in her youth because of her psychic abilities. And she's desperately looking, especially by her father. So she's desperate. So in the beginning of the film, the very first scene in the movie, when she first meets Orlok, telepath through psychically, she's looking for comfort, connection, some form of love for any being, like spirit, like being, out there, some like to give her something, anything to reciprocate, her longing for some kind of connection. And Orlok is the one that answered. And at first, at first, as we see, she doesn't even. She's all like, she's all like, kind of into it. But then she finally sees that very thing that answered her. Like, I think she only sees like his shadow at first. Like his silhouette, pretty much. So you could argue that she doesn't see the monster like up close. Didn't see the monster get a good enough look of Orlok before she goes outside. So she's all like, "Oh hey, cool." And then when she's out in the garden and she starts moaning, pretty much, and then Orlok kind of telepathically like starts causing a seizure for her. She sees him. And it's like very implied that she's seeing him at that moment. That's the very first time she sees his face, like what he looks like, and she's like, "Oh my fucking god!" And so she's not in love with him. In fact, if anything, she's pretty much regret ever even meeting him in the first place, and she's trying to distance herself from him.
Yeah, she's
that's why
trying to run away from him. That's why she does marry Thomas when she does. And that's why because Thomas's marriage holds him back.
Yeah, Thomas, the love that she has for Thomas and the love that he has for her is the kind of love that is the love that she was actually looking for. Whereas Orlok, as he puts in the film, he's pretty much an appetite, nothing more.
Exactly.
Like
I'm
he's
genuinely starting to think Adam got this movie confused with Twilight.
Yeah. So I don't even. I just don't even know. And just so anyone is clear, like if anyone were to wonder, like, wait, why would Thomas like sign a contract which he doesn't understand the language of written, that Orlok gives him? Like, well, Orlok, for one, Thomas is already like at his whim, and and Orlok is all like, oh no, like since Thomas can't even read, he won't even be able to decipher what it's actually saying, what it means. The contract that Orlok gives to him so that he could have full access to Ellen, essentially, or essentially so that Thomas could pretty much, without knowing it at the time, like kind of divorcing Ellen. It's kind of like it's like an unofficial divorce paper, kind of. But even then, it's not even technically that. It's just kind of like a way for like Orlok just kind of convinces Thomas to sign it because it's all just formality, in the customs and what have you.
Yeah. I view it as a deal with the devil.
Yeah, it's basically a trick to invite a vampire into your place. Yeah, that is what it is. Yep. It's a contract. Like a vampire can't invade your privacy, but but he can convince you to let him invade. So in a way, that is.
Suppose we can rub tummies a little bit and talk some more about the beautiful cinematography, the interesting shots of like the giant shadow hand going across the city, and some of these eerie castle motifs. Yes, there are beautiful moments, of course. It's Eggers. There's going to be some very pretty stuff. But I don't care. I'm trying to get lost in this movie.
Said it!
Capture.
He said it! He said it! He said the line! I don't know! I'm sorry I had to talk over that. I was just wondering, go, see Animus. He said the line. He said it.
Yes, he did.
Oh, boy.
To be fair, normally that's said about criticisms, and people say, "Oh, I don't care about those criticisms." Actually, no. To be fair, the cinematography in this film is quite a large part of why this film is very good, because it's so well done. especially in certain sequences where the cinematography is essentially telling the story or setting the scene or setting the mood. So the cinematography is quite a large part. And the fact that he's just gone, I don't care about a significant part of the film. Okay.
Okay, right there you failed.
Yeah.
The list of fails.
I mean, yeah, amongst everything else, like literally everything else. I'm like,
well, there you have it. My thoughts on Nosferatu. You know, I didn't put out my top 10 movies of 2024 yet because I was waiting to see this film first, assuming that it would be in the top 10. What a freaking shame that that's not the case. And in fact, far from. But rest assured, person that came here hoping for a good review, I'm sure it's going to have a very fine go on Rotten Tomatoes, just because of the director's name alone, but also this movie carries with it a level of prestige just from the trailers, from the hype going into it that critics will not be able to resist, giving it high marks, giving it the pat on the back, maybe sprinkling in a couple criticisms here and there, but overall, this is a very safe, easy movie to give a recommendation to for...
Wait.
Whoa. You want me to let it go?
Finish it.
Okay.
Recommendation to for them, for the cowards. Not all of them. Some are sincere, but I just listen. This was a pretty full theater. People were snickering and laughing at parts. People were leaving the movie pretty noticeably upset with what they wasted their time watching. It is a slow ass burn. It feels really long. And I just can't imagine many people sitting there watching this thing going, oh man, I can't wait to experience this again with Broom Handle Guy and his dumbass storyline where he's going to go chase after a woman in town. It didn't work for me.
Oh, sweet irony. But sweet child. Hey, let me see. Hold on. Let me pull up Nosferatu's box office. Let me just pull it up here.
I'm going to pull up the Rotten Tomatoes score as well.
But no. I'm just pulling out the box office just so that it can suggest like how many people, like suggest like how much of the world's populace has seen.
I know, but he also brought up the Rotten Tomatoes score, and I want to pull that up too.
Okay.
The Rotten Tomatoes.
No, that's funny that you
is 85% on critics. It's fresh. And 74% for audiences.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Pretty good.
Thankfully, Rotten Tomatoes is a terrible, terrible thing that nobody pays attention to anymore.
I know.
Yeah, true. So the movie, Nosferatu has made what looks to be about 100 and a little bit around the neighborhood of $106 million.
And because I am such a simple man who enjoys the simple things in life.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Self-awareness.
God damn. Congratulations, you played yourself.
How about The Last Voyage of the Demeter? Not like an amazing movie, but it was a solid vampire film, also with a Nosferatu-style vampire. The last 5 minutes are kind of hokey, but the movie overall moves much better, has a lot of kills and some cool character design, and some characters that are at least interesting and likable to watch. So, The Last Voyage of the Demeter, if you're looking for a Nosferatu-type movie, or better yet, even watch one of the older Nosferatus. All right, those are my thoughts. Let me know yours in the comments below. Please think about subscribing to the channel.
Two things.
All right, this one.
We are done.
We're done. All right, so last thing here. Look, dude, Adam, my boy. Yes, Last Voyage of Demeter is actually not too bad. It is worth a look. So are the older Nosferatu films. But in no sane universe would I recommend Last Voyage of Demeter over either any Nosferatu version of Nosferatu. Certainly not over this new one. Let me
just stay to the pacing bit with Last Voyage. Last Voyage is is adapting a very specific section of the Dracula book, one that doesn't really have much levity in it, one that doesn't really have much focus on it. So it's one of the shorter parts of the book. Nosferatu is is an adaptation, a plagiarized adaptation of the entirety of Dracula.
And even then, it's kind of a loose adaptation, but still, I mean,
my point still stands. It is.
I would argue. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
You go.
I would argue that Last Voyage of Demeter. Here's the thing: if Adam and I were to discuss Last Voyage of Demeter and Nosferatu 2024, and he pretty much says, I think Last Voyage of Demeter is more well paced than Nosferatu. And I would just say well, I like Last Voyage of Demeter, but I can't. I mean, here's the thing: if I were to watch just for pacing reasons, I would still kind of go with Nosferatu over Last Voyage of Demeter, because of the fact that Last Voyage is based on a particular chapter, there are parts where it does seem a bit slow. But again, it's not to say the movie's bad, but again, whether you find a movie slow or both of them are slow burns for sure. But whether or not you find the slow burns to feel slow, that is entirely subjective.
Yeah.
Someone could come out of Nosferatu 2024 and be super immersed and engaged and thinking wow, this movie was like a breeze. For as much of a slow burn as it was, it moves. It has great momentum. Whereas, but then they can watch Last Voyage of Demeter and be like, yeah, but there's some cool kills, but I was kind of bored for most of it. It's not case by case. I mean, it's all case by case, really.
Yeah, for me, I personally even if I do enjoy films like the Hotel Transylvania movies, I like my vampires in a slow burn horror setting. That's part of why I love the original book so much and why I've wanted to reread it for so long. Because of the slow burn and how it makes Dracula feel a lot more all-encompassing. Nosferatu, both the original 1922 film and the remake, handled exactly that phenomenally, and that's why I fell in love with it. I might check out Last Voyage just for the hell of it, and also partially because the ship chapter is one of my favorite parts of the original Dracula book. So I know for a fact, based off what you're telling me, I don't think it's going to be a film that I would consistently hold in the highest degree, whereas the original Dracula book. And I get maybe he's not the biggest fan of a slow burn, but you were completely representing the movie at multiple points.
Yeah, Yes.
All right. Shotguns at the ready.
Miniguns, more like.
Count Orlok / Nosferatu returns. A movie I recently reviewed and did not care for, even though it sits at a beautiful 80-some% on Rotten Tomatoes, with 70-some% of the audience also agreeing that it's good.
No one cares!
The theater I was at had a different type of audience, one that was constantly rocking their feet to stay awake, others outright snoring during the picture.
So your entire community is stupid. Cool.
Run. And while I wasn't slapping myself to stay awake, I certainly wasn't that engaged all the same. Now I want to break down why exactly this film didn't work for me, and a little bit of the discourse I come to expect in my comments. Let's begin.
Okay, here we go. Here we go, folks. This particular section.
Before I dive in, I want to let you know there are going to be spoilers aplenty in this video, so if you haven't seen the movie Nosferatu, I recommend you go out and watch and make up your own mind, unless you just respect my opinion that much that you know you're one-to-one, where we're brain linked in. Probably not the case. I always encourage people to make up their own minds on film. I never... unless it's like a really horrible, crappy Netflix streamer where I know it's just made for a cash grab purpose, I typically say, watch it, make up your own mind. The internet is a beautiful tapestry of different ideas, concepts, minds being molded and shaped, and hearts being won over. It's also a place of vile, disgusting rhetoric, bad faith commentary, and a bunch of little whiny bitches who call you names.
Says the guy who wants an echo chamber.
There, mate. Nice self-reflection.
Says the guy who wants an echo chamber. God damn it, dude.
Yeah. Guy who seems to be coping and seething over Zim.
Like I said, this is the -1 arc all over again.
Yeah, he ain't saying names, but if you know, you know.
Names because you didn't like a movie they liked. That's reasonable. Listen, this channel's called Adam Does Movies for a reason. I cover mainly mainstream stuff. I don't pretend to be a film snob holding a chalice of wine, waxing poetically about all the different nuanced camera angles and thought-provoking shots.
I can think of one person who does.
Oh, what a shot. Nuzzling the bulge there.
Boy.
It's quite funny because who was it? I think it was that Star Wars guy. He was talking about Andor, and he mentioned. I think the clip was played in EFAP, where he said, "Oh, all these cinematic snobs with their sipping their martinis and talking about the artistry and blah 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 about Andor." He's, "Oh, I don't care about that. I just want to watch this." And then the people at EFAP who praised Andor were saying, we don't do that. I don't know what you're talking about." And it's fascinating to then see this guy making the exact same arguments in that, all these snobs who are like high and mighty who think they know better about film than I do. You know, no. I mean, yes, we do know better about film than you do because clearly you don't know jack shit. But we're not snobs. We are much, 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 much lower than you in the YouTube hierarchy. Somehow, I don't know how, because looking at your setup, you're a discount Chris Stuckman. But we just know better than you, clearly.
When he put that description, I immediately thought of the little platoon, and it made me cringe. Because
Yeah, little platoon's not
help.
I just it's quite interesting how when people make bad arguments, they often make fun of the fans or like anything other than the film itself, or they'll make sweeping statements that don't apply to the film, or they'll make up facts about what happened in the film that didn't actually happen in the film. You see this happen so often. To see it played out again and again, it's fascinating. You can almost make a video essay just on that, let alone anything else.
Yeah. Good gracious. One of the biggest crimes of film analysis is like insulting or making fun of the audience, and that is exactly like he's calling out people who do that, but also God
doing
damn
it himself.
Self-irony, damn it. You showed a hint of that. Why not do it here?
It's just, it's... I'm interested to see what he says in this video in specifics, rather than the sweeping statements he made. But mind you, he didn't say sweeping statements before. He made quite specific statements about, like this character on screen, and oh, Jesus Christ. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what his more specific anecdotes are going to be and how wrong they're going to be. That's what I'm interested to see.
Yeah. Same here. Yeah.
We'll get there, don't you worry. We're gonna blast through this.
Yeah.
Just like this bulge is blasting through these pantaloons.
Oh boy.
Oh.
A director like Eggers portrays in his movies. Now, that's not to say I don't appreciate it. That's not to say I can't also love films made by directors such as he. In fact, The Northman was a favorite of mine in 2022. The Witch is a movie I've seen a couple times and absolutely adore. And so it's a little bit frustrating and kind of sad when those that don't agree with an opinion have to resort to ad hominem attacks. Have to resort to petty things like this guy doesn't understand history. He doesn't realize it's based on a book or a 1922 black and white silent film that I have in fact seen. So that's a little annoying.
Dude,
good job we didn't make any of those criticisms.
Stop vague posting, dude. Stop vague posting.
Dude, even if here's the thing, even if people throw ad hominems at it's like, dude, your takes are just so titanically bad right now. Like for Nosferatu and for -1, like, and your response to people responding to it, and even when they give constructive criticism, it's just like it like. Come on, dude.
That's not to deny that there are people that do this, because I saw in the comments of the video that, yes, there are people that did throw ad hominem attacks like that. Hell, one person even brought up his -1 critique. Like, this is just -1 all over again. But not everyone is going to be like that. And when you're it's going to be provoked when you're starting to antagonize your audience like you did in the previous spoiler-free review.
Sorry, it's not a Marvel movie, fucker.
There's only, there's only so much. You basically mischaracterized your opposition. It's like if some of them do throw ad hominems at you, we're not gonna lie, we pretty much have done that here. We
have done that.
Yeah, we have. For sure.
We have done that multiple times, only because it was prompted.
Yeah, it was prompted. Like, we were. It's like of course we disagree with your take because your take you're mischaracterizing the film. You're basically just making the film look and sound worse than it already is by leaving out information which damn well is in the film because you've seen it. If you don't care, then it's like, well, then I don't know, like, why are you even, like, when you just admit that you don't say, when you make that kind of statement, like, I don't care about X, about this thing or something like that, it's like, what are we supposed to do other than be like, well, I don't know, dude. Sorry you didn't care, I guess, but
Like, if you didn't care, then you stayed. Why did you watch it? Because you wanted to care. Try showing at least a semblance of open arms.
And come up with it, and pretty much have better justification for why you didn't care here than just throwing a skit about Ellen Hutter's seizures.
Or making fun of Count Orlok.
To counter myself, I looked up what ad hominem means, which kind of goes against his whole cinematic, like what you were saying earlier about people holding their wine glasses when talking about cinema and all that bollocks. I looked up ad hominem to see what it meant, and fair enough. I was attacking him rather than the film, but then, like I said, he lost all credibility, all good faith when he made fun of people with epilepsy and people who have fits and stuff like that. As soon as he does that, apparently without any self-awareness, I don't give a shit. I'll attack him left, right, and center.
I would say he lost credibility before that by strawmanning his fans and insulting them.
And it certainly, it certainly doesn't help when he's inaccurately describing the film. When he's like when he's not even reviewing the talk, when he's pretty much like inaccurately talking about making inaccurate points for the film for why the movie in his eyes would be bad.
I suppose, saying only old people will enjoy the film because of its length. That's not an ad hominem attack, is it?
Yeah.
Dickhead. Right.
Anyway. Yeah.
When it's just straight up incorrect facts about a person, but whatever, that's neither here nor there. I try to ignore it for the most part, but the point I wanted to get across is
like
this.
How you ignore
pretend like
how you pretty much ignore those attacks while you talk about incorrect points about the movie you're talking about.
Trying to ignore it for the most part. But the point I wanted to get across is this. I don't pretend like my opinion is better or worse than anyone. Yes, I might present it in a way that seems like it because I'm trying to be
Oh, hey, there we go. Oh my God, we need a checklist for this.
Oh my God.
He presents his opinion, and then when people say your opinion's wrong, he's just, I'm only presenting it as correct.
Again, Omnivore put it best. You're allowed to have your opinion so long as it's it's an informed. You're entitled to your informed opinion. That true words have never been spoken before. Where it's like you can have an opinion, but it has to have some basis, have like a solid foundation. There has to be a basis where you can at least be like, okay, I can see how you have that perspective. Like your opinion on Nosferatu and -1, those are two obvious big examples. They're based on things of like what, like anyone out there, like most people, that a lot of people, understandably, us included, would just be like, what the fuck?
Exactly. Especially when you go as far as to lie about the thing that you're talking about, or misinterpret or mispresent it.
Yeah.
Yeah. A well-informed opinion is like the fingerprint shield in Elden Ring. An uninformed opinion is like the wooden plank buckler.
Yeah.
One of those is going to protect you from criticism.
But I would never belittle someone for liking something.
Oh, Jesus.
Holy crap.
Okay. All right. Let's rewind. Let's rewind it back just so we make it sure. Let's rewind to make sure that people understand.
Okay, it's quite a few seconds now.
That's a little annoying when it's just straight up incorrect facts about a person. But whatever, that's neither here nor there. I try to ignore it for the most part. But the point I wanted to get across is this. I don't pretend like my opinion is better or worse than anyone. Yes, I might present it in a way that seems like it because I'm trying to be strong with my opinion and my approach. But I would never belittle someone for liking something I don't. In fact, I have a bunch of...
Oh, boy.
The irony.
Oh, boy. Wow. Okay.
Didn't you call us
dude.
at one point?
Okay.
Actually, no, that's oh my goodness.
This is Chris Stuckman levels of like walk back. Oh my God, he's discount Chris Stuckman. He's absolutely discount Chris Stuckman.
He's discount. Yeah.
That's not that far off.
Yeah.
In fact, I have a bunch of buddies who are also movie critics, and we butt heads all the time, disagreeing about films.
What, you mean the guy you said was too much of a coward?
Yeah.
You Jimmy Neutron-haired plank?
Don't Jimmy Neutron like that.
Yeah.
Let's carry on with this.
Let's carry on. Yeah, we got a couple more
each
things.
Each of us likes and the other doesn't. Who cares? That's what's fun about talking about movies. Nosferatu is one such film where I saw a lot of my peers giving high praise to this. It makes sense. It is a gorgeous looking movie from front to back. There are some good performances. I do disagree. Lily Rose Depp did a good job here. I thought it was comical. I thought it was way over.
Fuck you. No. Okay.
Yeah,
and Covenant back is back right now. Don't even. just no. Just no,
Wrong.
you're just wrong. Wrong. Objectively wrong. I'm sorry, dude. Your opinion is objectively wrong, in my opinion. No, objectively speaking.
Not even in your opinion. Objectively speaking, the performance completely fits the character.
Yeah.
It's like him complaining about Count. I found the character of Count Orlok to be bad because he sounded like an old dead guy. He's an old dead guy. He's supposed to sound like that.
Yeah.
Oh, my
He's not good at this.
Not really, no.
I was kind of rolling my eyes at her performance, but she's also up for some awards. So what do I know, right?
Wait,
what do
really?
I know? Well, I know that I like to go to movies with my buddies and like to talk about films. And I also know it's easy to point at past reviews and use that as a way to discredit someone. Oh, well, Adam thought Moana 2 was fine, or Despicable Me 2, or, you know, like there's ways to just discredit completely because you go to a basic kids movie and use that as some sort of a gotcha moment. Or, oh, Adam didn't like the highly critically acclaimed Godzilla -1.
There it is. There it is.
Still on that. You're still on that.
There it is.
He says, "Oh, I watched a kids' film," and people use that to discredit me. Kids' films can be good. The good ones are universal.
Sonic 3 was.
He said the quiet part out loud.
How? That's a kid's
Yeah, Sonic. Yeah, Sonic 3 is good. Transformers 1 is fantastic.
You're discredited because you're lying about the movies you're talking about, not because you watch them.
I have the one. Yeah, we got to play that. Play that back. Yeah, we need to. Like, we're sorry that we're playing it back and we're conflating this, folks. But guys, this is nuts. This is fucking nuts.
And I also know it's easy to point at past reviews and use that as a way to discredit someone. Oh, well, Adam thought Moana 2 was fine, or Despicable Me 2, or, you know, like there's ways to just discredit completely because you go to a basic kids movie and use that as some sort of a gotcha moment. Or, oh, Adam didn't like the highly critically acclaimed Godzilla -1. He's a hack. He's doing it for the wrong reasons. He wants rage bait and rage views. That's actually the opposite of what I want. I would love an echo chamber. I would love to be talking to a bunch of people that agree with me. There's nothing better than a nice comfort blanket around a person.
Welcome to the internet, buddy. Welcome to the internet. Not everyone's going to agree with you, and not everybody is going to be nice about disagreeing with you. Like,
I still can't get over the discredited thing because he likes a kids movie. I have How to Train Your Dragon as my second favorite movie of all time. How the hell does that discredit me? What the heck?
Exactly.
I still can't.
I think he's saying, like, you know, people like Moana 2 isn't exactly. Wasn't that? Hold on, Moana 2 wasn't that the beloved? Or okay, all right. Like, I don't even.
This is one of the few things I agree with him on. How the hell does a kid discredit someone? How? That's stupid. That's just fucking stupid. Oh my god!
It's not this. A kids' film can be, well, a lot of kids' films can be. Shrek, apparently, The Last Wish, whichever one that was. That one's apparently good.
Yeah, that one's amazing.
There's lots of kids' films which can be good because they're designed to be good. Because when you make something good, it can be appreciated by everybody. If it's bad, then it's bad, obviously. But it's the way he says it's just a kids' film, like really dismissively. So why do you dismiss kids' films like that?
I don't know. I think what he's saying is, like, people would dismiss his take just because he liked kids' films like Moana 2 or Despicable Me.
Oh yeah, 2. I get that because he liked something that people think is bad. But listen to the way he says kids' film.
Discredit completely because you go to a basic kids movie.
There you go.
Basic
kids movie.
He's discussing the people who dislike him because he goes to a basic kids movie.
And he says that
he is describing it as a basic kids movie. That's what I mean.
Yeah, because that's how other people describe it as.
Yeah, that's. I mean, yeah, like, yeah, that's kind of weird how you even.
Like, this is one of the few things that I understand him with. Why would you criticize someone because they go to a kids movie? How does that discredit someone at any point? That's genuinely.
I think it's weird that. Well, then he follows it up with saying like, "Oh, you didn't like Godzilla -1." So is he like saying like, "Oh, so you think Moana 2 is just fine, or Despicable Me 4 or 2, whatever, are fine, or good?" But then and then you just turn around and like you like kids films, but you don't like Godzilla -1, which just has like. Here's the thing. I can't speak on behalf of any of the Despicable Me sequels or Moana 2 because I've never seen any of them or really care all that much.
I've seen the Despicable Me movies. I actually quite enjoy them.
But that being said, like, would you even say that they even come close to the level of, like, quality as something like Godzilla -1? Like, even though they're two completely different movies going for completely different.
That question multiple times, but I'll say it indirectly. No, they cannot. They physically, by any point. Like, I enjoy the Despicable Me movies, even with recognizing their faults, and yes, that includes both of the Minions movies. But -1 is a film that excels in ways that these movies couldn't even come close to, even with the leeway of. Even without the constrictions of being kids movies, considering kids movies have a very different thing to follow. I don't think, but yeah, that answers your question.
Yeah, I mean, when people, here's the thing, like, Adam, if you're listening to this, like, when you're listening, whether it would be while this is live or after, or this is or through the playback or what have you, if you have somehow managed to make it this far, or if you just happen to stumble across this timestamp. The reason why people take issue with your take on -1 isn't so much that you didn't personally care for it. It's your reasons for why. When you pretty much like say stuff like the main character Shikishima was or something like along the lines of like he's not someone worth rooting for because of like the journey that he's on. Or when you say something like Akiko was annoying every time the 1-year-old little girl, is annoying anytime she cries. People aren't gonna won't be able to help themselves, but to just be like, "I'm sorry, bro, what?" Like, just go, "Huh?" Like, how could you? Like, how? Like, I really don't get you, bro. And so you have to follow up that question, and so and when your follow-up answer is, I mean, it's just my opinion, bro. It's like it just goes nowhere. Like, there's just like people like we're still just going to be going, okay, maybe it's like, well, how do you? So not only do I not understand how you come to your conclusion, but you're not even going to help me in understanding your conclusion. Like, when you get to that point, and when you pretty much even admit that your opinion is no better or worse than anyone else's opinion, it's like, well, then why are people listening to you? Like, why would you even say that? And especially when you have Yeah, especially when you have this much of a following that you're willing to accept like super chats from. Like, you are making, like, even if this is like if movie reviews is just a fun little side thing that you do, you're still getting capital from it in some way, shape, in some capacity, because people listen to your opinion. So when you say that your opinion is no better or worse than anyone else's, whether it's an uncontroversial opinion or something like Nosferatu is bad because Lily Rose Depp isn't good in it, or something, or Godzilla -1 is bad because insert crazy reason as to why here. Like, then what is even the point? Then what's the point of your following? Like, what? Why? Why even bother?
I feel sorry for his kids.
Yeah.
When his criticism of a film is that a child sounds annoying when they cry, I feel sorry for his 2 kids.
Yeah, I don't. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. How can you say that? Your kids were like, if you have kids and they were like, and they cried at some point when they were 1 or 2 years old, and like, how could you not be like? and you have this perspective on Akiko. It's like, so okay, what's like? We have questions. We have questions.
Honest to God, I think it was because he was having Vietnam flashbacks to when his kids were younger, and that's why he didn't like it.
And like, here's the thing: we don't want to read too much into this. We don't want to be like. Here's the thing: I don't want to ask these questions. The thing, but like, it's just one of those things of like, so what is going on, dude? Like, like, are you like, okay.
I would love to be talking to a bunch of people that agree with me. There's nothing better than a nice comfort blanket around a person when you can put out a video and you just get your belly rubbed and a bunch of people are like, wow, what a great review. I might disagree with you on this. I actually loved Nosferatu, but I can see where you're coming from. And you presented it in kind of a fun, playful way, not too serious, because at the end of the day, we're talking about movies, people.
Oh, I hate this as well. He's pulling out all the stops for the really bad defense. Guys, why are you being so mad? It's only a film. Come on, guys.
He's putting up the barrier shields. He's putting up all the shields.
I'm always going to use this as a response to this question. Why the hell do you think things like The Odyssey are so influential? Or The Lord of the Rings, both the film and books?
Stories, one of the oldest written texts in human history, is a superhero story.
Exactly.
It is the stories that go through time.
Monsters and kaiju. I did 2 separate research essays on this. Are some of the oldest tropes in human existence.
Yeah, he's getting mad at people who are mad at his takes. Yeah, and I would go, yeah, exactly, and also add, especially when those people who are mad at his takes question him on why he's questioned his take, ask questions about his takes, and so then he's just like you're just like, here's the thing, like, I've never seen somebody just projecting so hard and just be like, leave me alone, or like it's like the South Park gag about Prince Harry and Mary and Meghan Markle, who are just like, they put up like picket signs, saying leave us alone, and they're just drawing attention to themselves.
Exactly.
I don't. It's.
But I do find people comment and say Adam's doing this because he wants the rage bait clicks. No, I will put a title out there every time now because I want people that saw the movie, since I don't see films ahead of time. I'm going with you guys when they come out almost 99% of the time. I want people that see that movie to go on YouTube and search for their frustration and find a voice that agrees with them. That's why I put that out. And it becomes more prevalent when you have a movie that's getting high marks. So I am going to stand out more amongst the pack. I also do think Nosferatu is a movie that is an easy one to praise because it technically does everything.
I think that is a very toxic mentality. To ask and want an echo chamber is an incredibly toxic and ill-founded mentality, because you are never going to get it. Even if I disliked Nosferatu, I still wouldn't like Adam's review, because he blatantly lies about the movie. Yeah,
and it's not just because of, he doesn't want to give away spoilers. Like, he leaves out details. He doesn't even lend the olive branch and be like, okay, now granted, there are beats in between that kind of lead from point A to point C. There is like a point B or something to that effect. He doesn't even say that.
Can I just point out, this is his video, and his video is entitled "Explaining Why I Didn't Like Nosferatu," and we are 5 minutes in, and so far all he's done is like defend himself badly.
Yeah,
he hasn't talked about the film.
Yeah, he's putting up a what is it? Like, he's putting up a shield for himself from criticism. Like, it's Yeah, like here's the thing, like an echo chamber isn't really that great of a place because like if everyone kind of agrees, then there isn't really much discussion to really be had whatsoever.
He thinks he's digging a trench to defend himself when he's actually digging his own grave.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like an echo chamber. Like if anything, like you shouldn't ask for an echo to develop an echo chamber. It's like that's why like streams like EFAP or Sea Monster Live or Zimcast, like we pretty much want to try to like avoid like having everything turn into an echo chamber and just be where it's like I like this movie because A, B, and C, and then someone be like I dislike this movie because of A, B, and C. It was like yo, dude, no, dude, it's like no, it's just an opinion, dude. Like it's or something like that. Like, but dude, see, Animus pretty much admitted that he likes ABP too, and it's like I'm curious, and I pretty much would be curious enough to do a stream, maybe discussing it with him. I'd be like, do tell.
Yeah, you do that.
I hate that movie's guts. I hated it, but it's like, I'm interested to hear a bit why he likes it, and I listened, it's like, okay, all right, fair.
I unabashedly have A Quiet Place as one of my favorite movies of all time, and that's something that I'm not afraid to admit. I haven't stated much, but I'm admitting it here now, and even if you don't like or dislike the film, the fact, I'm going to have people who disagree with me. Animus, you're going to have people who disagree with you. C, you're going to have people who disagree with you. There are going to be people who watch this cast who are going to rip us to shreds. To ask for an echo chamber is a losing battle. You are never going to get an echo chamber because by portraying yourself in the way that you are, by doing the things that you do, you are going to attract people who will ultimately disagree with you. Period.
Yeah, people who disagree with you are gonna come inevitably. It's just like it's just the law of the land when it comes to the internet. Like, yeah, it's like everyone has their opinions and all that. It's like, well, gee, maybe it's like, well, hey, at some point, some people who disagree with your take, and not just disagree with your take, but would consider your take to be, pretty, as Ratchet from Transformers 2 would say, terribly misinformed. Like, they're gonna respond to it, and they're gonna have discussions with their friends or whoever about that take.
Yeah.
And they're gonna, and they'll just hash back and forth and be like, and have like these sort of points to bring up, like, and and you could say like, well, isn't that an echo chamber as well? It's like, well, no, it's like no, because there could be points where it'd be like, well, hold on, I don't think this guy's necessarily saying that about what I think he's actually saying is this thing. Like there could, that's the point of like a meaningful, nuanced discussion on things. So having an echo chamber just completely destroys that, and it like it's like if everybody has a perspective that's worth listening to, then here's the thing, like where everybody has. Hold on, what am I? It's a mess.
It's a
losing battle. What I did earlier, you start talking about something, you get so irate, you start losing what you're saying because you're so annoyed with this guy.
I know.
Let's continue. Let us continue.
Things so well, but for story, it's missing the mark completely. Let me dive into that a little bit. So Nosferatu, obviously a period piece. It takes place in 1838. We're going to be following the Hutter family, Thomas and his wife Ellen. The movie is going to take a dumb amount of time to get going, and it's going to focus. It's going to linger on mainly beautiful looking shots of people slowly going through the motions of doing things, but I'm not getting a lot of substance here. I don't know much.
Let's go through those, shall we? It sets up the couple at the beginning of it sets up her having the interaction with Orlok at the start of the film. Then it goes to, the happy couple and her reservations about him leaving. it sets up him leaving. It sees him on his travels and all the interactions to do with that. Him seeing a vampire slaying, being a bit weirded out by that. Him having to walk to Orlok's castle. The carriage arriving to pick him up by Orlok's horses. That I thought that was very artistic in the way that was done, especially compared to the original. The original tried to do it in that whole stop motion fast thing, which didn't really work. But this one was much more artistic. It's just setting all that up. Setting all of that up.
And
he's called it slow.
It's building up to our main antagonist. The entire start of the film is building up to our main antagonist, establishing that
transition from the bright and colourful normalcy of life to the drab.
They're part of him, but Thomas has to go anyway.
I was just so.
And not to mention, they also in the film also like sets up like Nock like collaborating with Orlok, to make sure that Thomas, can get the thing, can kind of get the rest of the plot going.
Because you get the feeling just from Nock's first scene, you're like, there's something quite not right about this, but it's not quite not right enough for you to go, yeah, he's evil. There's not enough there for you to go, but yeah, you do find out he is.
Yeah, and the setup with Nock is also meant to showcase to the audience and get the audience to be fearful of what Thomas is going up against. And also to continue asking the question, wait, what is this? What are we up against?
Yeah, and what is this what is the thing that we're up against? Like, what even is his ultimate end game?
This is the film allows for the scenes to sink in, for you to appreciate it. For him, apparently that means it's slow and boring and doesn't have enough explosions or jump scares.
Yeah.
A lot of substance here. I don't know much about Thomas and his wife, other than they seem happily married. However, Ellen seems to also be very smitten with the guy who's seeing her in her dreams.
Smitten.
We talked about this.
Fucking tortured. Yeah, we talked about this.
Yeah, we talked about it. Yeah, like spitting. Yeah, sure. I mean, screaming screaming and going to a seizure when she first sees like a big scary monster being the one who answered her call for comfort, or something of that nature.
I mean, look, he seems to be remembering the one scene where she was nuzzling the bulge and seems to think that's her entire opinion of the situation, despite the fact that she's clearly going between. Oh my god. This is why people don't like you. You get stuff wrong.
Yeah. You're leaving out details or missing out details.
Describes him as a torturous being.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
This is an EFAP Cotton moment. He's clearly paid attention to some parts, like the parts where she's going mad and convulsing and saying things and the darker moments. And then the rest of the time, he's not paying attention to it, so he just thinks the actress has one mode. It's exactly like people, like EFAP, who watched the monster moments and then didn't pay attention to the human moments and then said, oh, the human moments are stupid because I don't understand what's going on with them because I didn't pay attention to what they were saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Fuck.
But a good half hour or so is going to be focused on Thomas mainly and his trek to Transylvania, where he's going to be meeting up with a new client, Count Orlok. Orlok's planning on a big move. He's going to head into town and actually go right across the street from the Hutters family. He just needs this deed to get approved. This is a fine start. I'm on board. Visuals are, of course, great. The music's very haunting, really...
Wait. So he says this is a fine... Oh my... I'm dead. I'm absolutely dead. He just said this was a slow, boring start where it's taken ages to... Whatever the hell he just said then. And then he's just said, this was a fine start. Which is it?
Which is it? When he says it's a fine start, I think what he means is like, okay, this takes this like the very first section of the movie before the Transylvania segment, begins. It's really slow. It's not really grabbing me. But once we get to Transylvania, now it's like now we're cooking. That's I think what he means like first half or the third half of the start of this movie, isn't all that great, but the other half is pretty solid. So I think that's what he means is fun. Like it's a fine start. Where it's like, that's not perfect, but you know what? We're getting there. I think it's what he means. But even then.
I'm going to rewind a bit and listen to that again.
And actually go right across the street from the Hutter's family. He just needs this deed to get approved. This is a fine start. I'm on board. Visuals are, of course, great. The music's very haunting, really drawing me in. Again, I love the Northman. I love the witch. Get in that.
Right. So he complains about people using his critique videos of other films to then complain about him and his other criticisms of other films, and then when critiquing Nosferatu, he's then saying, "I like these other films. I don't like this one. This is why this film is bad."
Like
he's doing the thing that he's complaining about.
Oh my god!
Like he's
this guy is an idiot. His echo chamber is between his ears.
It's like, dude, please stop using
Adam. If you are watching this, Jesus Christ, mate.
I know, right? And Adam, if you're watching this, please, stop using, yes, the Witch and the Northman are both good, okay, really good. But seriously, stop. You don't need stop using them please stop using movies that you like for Robert Eggers as a shield against criticisms for why you don't like Nosferatu. That's seriously, dude, it's not helping.
Exactly.
We're not talking about the Witch and the Northman.
Yeah, we're not talking about.
You need to make a short.
If this was a discussion about the creator, I wouldn't just say I liked Godzilla. I liked Rogue One. I don't care about the creator. I wouldn't say something like that. I haven't seen the creator, but if this were a discussion about it, I wouldn't focus on the other two movies that he made, or three, and Rebirth. This is the same thing applies here. Stop.
Bloody hell. Yeah. Oh, let's go on with this. Come on, we can do this. We can do this.
That same kind of vibe. I don't mind a slow-moving film, as long as there's some intrigue, as long as it's going to take me somewhere interesting. However, after everything at Nosferatu's castle is done, I'm left feeling empty with this movie. I'm not connecting to a single character. Even Thomas, who Nicholas Hoult is great, his character is really not much of anything. He's just kind of there. And as for Bill Skarsgård as Nosferatu, Bill, who I really liked as Pennywise and haven't really enjoyed him ever since.
Again, wow. He's comparing to other films, and wow, okay, not liked him in anything else. That's the thing to say.
That's damn. That's I mean, don't get me wrong. The Crow 2024 is terrible, but I thought it was fine in that.
I'm also noticing that we're almost halfway into this video, which is meant to be him explaining why he didn't like Nosferatu, and he's reiterating what he said in his previous video, almost word for word.
He hasn't really given any. He hasn't given any specific examples of sequences that made him think, "Oh, I don't like Bill Skarsgård in this. I don't think this was as good as his Pennywise performance."
If you pretty much have to do a spoiler-free video just so people could hear your initial thoughts, without going into too much detail about why you like or don't like a particular aspect of a movie, and then you do a spoiler video on the same video, that spoiler video is the time where you can go into detail, where you should not, where you should be, where especially if you have a pretty hot take on like this, like Bill Skarsgård's Orlok is bad in this. This is that time where you can where you better explain yourself on why you have this take. This is the time where you try to support it. So I hope you have some take. I hope you got something.
Here he is, really hamming it up as Nosferatu, slowly speaking everything, wheezing heavily as he talks, kind of warping around the room as Thomas is chillingly sitting there, not sure what to do. Truth be told, that's the best scene in the film. Even if
I had to make the contradiction criticism again, but I think he's saying that this scene that he doesn't like is the best scene in the film. That means that's how bad the film is. That's what I think he's saying here, and yeah, screw you, mate.
Oh my god!
Wow,
that's a great scene. The incredible uncomfortableness of Thomas Hutto in that scene. He's gone there. He's basically trapped in this car. He's miles from anywhere. He's got no contact with anybody else. He's in this room, in this castle, with this incredibly weird bloke.
He's locked.
He's basically locked.
That is such an uncomfortable scene. And a scene of dread, because you don't know what... He doesn't know what's going to happen to him, and you don't know what's going to happen to... It's a brilliantly good, dreadful scene in a good way.
Yeah, he's just
warping around and like hamming it up.
Yeah, but
this was not the film for him. This was not the film for him.
Yeah,
it's not.
No.
If I wasn't really on board with how Orlok was being played, I still enjoyed the atmosphere here. I'm not sure if the shot of the prosthetic penis was necessary. I don't know what that really brought to the table. I guess some sort of vulnerability for the character, since Thomas later on will get spooked out and try to leave his establishment, only to find himself in front of the coffin where our dark prince is sleeping at night, our king. Thomas tears off the cover and he's about to impale this guy when pop goes the weasel. He comes to life and you see him in all of his splendor. And I have to say, based on the prosthetic alone, I don't really understand what's so great about this guy. I mean, really, Ellen? I know size isn't everything, but believe me, I know. But him? We got to talk about the...
okay.
Still carrying on with the same joke from earlier.
Dude, here's the thing. When you, when you pretty much are putting together the makeup design for this creature that's supposed to be that used to be a man, but he's now kind of deformed, it would be really strange if he didn't have a dick.
Exactly.
It would be like, what happened? It's like, yo, not that I care to see it, but realistically speaking, where's his pee-pee at? Like, what happened to it? I'm curious. Granted, it's not the most substantive response to potentially make, but it is just come on. Pretty.
It's interesting that in that scene where a supposedly dead body, or either a man that the character was just speaking to is now lying in a coffin, rises up and tries to attack him, or a supposedly dead body rises up and starts to attack the main character. There's either of those situations, and the character is now reacting to that in the situation that he's in, or everything else that's going on. This guy's thoughts are entirely considered on the dick.
We got to talk about the mustache in the room for just a second. Now, I know it's accurate to the original story. This is a regal gentleman. They had mustaches back in the day. People were like, it's historically accurate. Maybe learn a thing or two, educate yourself. That doesn't mean it translates well to film. If the overall impression I'm supposed to get from this guy is fear, I'm not getting that. I'm laughing at it. It looks ridiculous, even if it's true to the story.
Same arguments. Exactly the same arguments.
Exactly.
He's just reiterating all the stuff he's reading a script. Oh my god! I just noticed it. Look, his eyes are looking down at a script. He's reading a script. It's exactly the same stuff he said before. Why the hell would you say exactly the same stuff he read?
The fact that it'd be one thing if he was doing this off the cuff, unscripted, but dude, you're doing a spoiler video and you've scripted this. Take some pride in your work, my guy. Please.
He ain't got no pride. Look at that shirt. He ain't got no pride.
I mean, he literally admitted that he's not that impressive.
I know size isn't everything, but believe me, I know. That doesn't mean it works well when translated to film. It's the same reason Hugh Jackman's Wolverine didn't wear yellow spandex for like 20 years. They couldn't make it work right. And yes, it did look great in Deadpool and Wolverine, but that's a much looser, funner storyline with a lot of
Oh.
Yep. Let me try to get my card world back up.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah,
I know it's bad. I know it's bad, but you can't quit early.
Sorry. My internet wanted me to quit. This stream has been making me enjoy the movie more and making me despise this guy less more. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
comedy, and I think it just made sense there, as opposed to putting a bunch of different colorful X-Men characters in the Bryan Singer films back in the day. He did, I think, the best he could have at the time. So when it comes to the mustache, sure, might be historically accurate, might make sense to get it as close to possible as the source material. I found it dumb, and that's the message it conveyed to me on screen watching it was, I don't care about this guy. He's not threatening. He talks super slow. There's nothing really sinister or menacing here that's moving the needle for me. This is going
to...
What?
That's
what in the needle?
It's not moving the needle for him.
I did not hear that. I heard it's not movie in the needle. I was like, what is that? Like a camel through the needle? What is that?
Sorry, my brother had to drop in for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know, but dude, I think a good number of people seem to disagree with you that Orlok, that mustache-bearing Orlok, is scary.
Yeah, we stated earlier that mustaches can be intimidating.
Yeah, I mean, we already did.
Yep. And there is purpose to it.
Yeah, and you could be like, oh, it's like, oh, you guys are going to say it's historically accurate when they're like, oh, it doesn't work out. It's like, maybe it is. Like, it is. Okay, so like, is that a problem? Like, are you trying to?
Just like saying, oh, clown. I don't find clowns scary, therefore it isn't scary.
Yeah.
No.
This is going to take Thomas across the courtyard where he's chased by a couple of crazy-looking dogs, and then he's going to actually fall off the side of the castle wall.
Hang on. Let me rewind that.
Chased by a couple of crazy...
A bit further.
I don't care about this guy. He's not threatening. He talks super slow. There's nothing really sinister or menacing here that's moving the needle for me. This is going to take Thomas across the courtyard where he's chased by a couple of crazy-looking dogs, and then he's going to actually fall off the side of the castle wall to presumably his death. But no, he's...
Okay, he's not chased across the courtyard.
Not in that scene. I mean, like when he finds Orlok in the crypt and Orlok rises out of it, he does get chased by the wolves across the courtyard in that scene. But in this particular scene he's talking about where Thomas falls off the castle wall, he's only chased out of the bedroom by the wolves.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's just conflated a couple of different scenes together and just made them sound quite confusing.
Yeah. As
he's
if
making
like
the movie look worse than it actually is.
Yeah, as if there wasn't like a whole scene where Orlok, forces forces Thomas to let him into the bedroom to drink his blood. I don't know.
He's actually fine. He washes up ashore later. We're a group of
He's not fine.
He's pretty much
traumatized.
He's traumatized, and who knows what was going on when Orlok bites in. He's pretty much drained of blood. He's not
Exactly.
he's not running. It's not like getting. He's barely functioning. So the most you could say in that is like, wow, that's pretty lucky of Thomas that he got washed up in the shore, close enough to a monastery where someone from there could take him, could just take him back in, and spot him there. It's it's kind of it is that's probably the only part of that movie that I could point to where it's like, okay, there is that is a bit contrived a little bit, but it's not. But even then, it's at least a likelihood. It doesn't break the movie. It is just kind of okay, yeah, that's pretty lucky.
And the fact he jumped from the castle wall and died. He's like, well, no, there's a river down there. There's a big chunk of water he could fall into.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Here's the thing. If he said that it was at least lucky for Thomas to have survived the fall, it was to pretty much be able to be found by someone, in the middle of all that woods and what have you. Here's the thing. I'm pretty much levying, a critique on Nosferatu right now better than he is. Right now.
Yeah.
I brought up a point that's is it kind of weird that ... or is it kind of lucky for this character to ... or have this happen to ... just so for him to be it's not even a huge part of the movie. It's just like I said, it's it's pretty much a convenience in the plot. It is where he has to be pretty lucky, for sure, but it's still valid, but not huge.
Yeah. Stranger things have happened.
Yeah, stranger things have happened.
But it's a relevant criticism of the film, which is more than can be said for anything he said so far.
And this is coming from someone who
2 videos.
Yeah. Yep.
Find him, clean him up, get rid of any sort of vampiric curses that are all over his body. Since we found out Nosferatu was feasting on him, Nosferatu latches on to the chest area, the chest cavity, and this guy is going to town. He's loving every minute of it. I'm loving every minute of it. Loving every minute of it. Loving every minute of it.
Please stop.
When you think a joke is good, but it's not.
Yeah, this frame. Okay, this frame. No, would you say that this is okay? This is definitely protein in your own face right here.
Yeah, this is loving every minute of it. Sad face.
The time frame this all happens in is also suspect. I'm not really sure how much time goes by. It's possible I was drifting in and out of sleep and didn't realize it and just missed some of the key ingredients that would lead me to know that this was days or weeks or even months. Thomas took a horse to get there, but then he had to go on foot after some hippies blew out of Dodge with his horse and left him for dead.
That was... Hold on, this isn't... No. Is he... Oh, God, is he being... Let me rewind it, because I'm getting confused of what he's talking about timeline-wise.
And just missed some of the...
No.
Okay.
We found out Nosferatu was feasting on him. Nosferatu latches on to the chest area, the chest cavity.
Okay. Do we really need to listen to this?
He's loving every minute of it.
No, we don't.
Okay. All right. I think what he's talking about is how when we pretty much see the moments where Thomas is riding on a horse, going from Whisper to Transylvania, and we just do
This one, I wanted to rewind it because it sounds like he's saying the gypsies took his horse after he escaped the castle.
No, they didn't.
So I wanted to rewind. No. That's why I wanted to rewind it and listen again because it sounded like that was his chronological order, which would be quite wrong. But here we go.
Yeah.
The frame this all happens in is also suspect. I'm not really sure how much time goes by. It's possible I was drifting in and out of sleep and didn't realize it and just missed some of the key ingredients that would lead me to know that this was days or weeks or even months. Thomas took a horse to get there, but then he had to go on foot after some hippies blew out a Dodge with his horse and left him for dead. Now that the dirty deed has been done dirt cheap, Count is able to get himself all gussied up, back in his coffin, and he's going to be traveling via ship over to the...
Okay, yeah, so I can't tell whether he's talking chronologically or just all over the place. His review is confusing.
It's all over the place, but for what I understand, okay, the way he said it, the way he phrased this is like really bizarre. So it's like, okay, he goes to Transylvania, or Hutter goes to Transylvania, and then he finds himself, and then like and then he finds himself, and then before he gets, drunken drained of blood by Dracula or Orlok, pretty much the same. A bunch of gypsies, or hippies, take, pretty much get out of Dodge with his horse. I think the way, I get what he was trying to say, and leave him for dead. I get what I kind of get what he's trying to get across here. It's just that, the way he's saying it, as far as, the point he makes about the events that play out, it's bizarre. It's not easy to track.
It's not easy to track. It's not accurate. It's... I don't know why... This is terrible. This is a terrible video from a man who doesn't remember half of the film, who has self-admittedly just said he doesn't remember most of the film because he wasn't really paying attention to it.
He admitted he was zoning in and out. He just straight up...
Yeah. So his opinion is worthless.
Why should we trust you if you're admitting that you don't care?
This is like a thing that you take super chats with money for. You're making money doing this.
Dude, if you're zoning in and out at the film, why should we care about what you have to say? Why should we listen to you? Why you've admitted that you just want an echo chamber. Why should we care?
Exactly.
You're so shit. You're a thicko. What the hell are we doing here? Watching this video.
Woo-hoo.
Quaint little fictional town of Whisper. This is where I started to question things. He's taking a ship over there? The other dude took a horse. How far away is this? How did he even get on this ship to begin with? What people is he consulting with to make this move happen? I don't know how anyone's in the room with this guy for more than 5 seconds, takes a look at him, hears him speak, and doesn't bolt immediately. Who's he talking to at the shipyard to make this happen? We don't find out. I assume he uses his vampiric glamour to make it happen, but whatever. He's moving on with his life, and so am I.
Maybe he just put a postmark on his coffin and then posted it, and then the people at the shipyard just went, oh, look, a parcel we'd need to send.
Yeah, something like that. I mean,
kind of like in the original film.
Here's the thing.
He said he watched the original film. That's what happens in the original film. The vampire just sends his coffins there, and with a note on it.
Yeah,
it's all sorted. So he could just assume what happened there to have happened in this film if he wanted to. But he doesn't. Yeah. But despite the fact that he's apparently seen the original film, he doesn't mention it here.
Yeah.
To be fair, if he rocked up in that great big coat with his hat on and his moustache, and all they could see was his rather dishevelled face, then it would be like, oh, okay, yeah, just give me that. Please don't touch me. Cool, we'll sign that. If you go, no, please go away.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he just glamoured somebody and told them to do it for him. There are so many. Even he has just admitted that there are ways that they could be done.
Yeah. Yeah, the original and Peter Jackson's King Kong films transported Kong from Skull Island to New York City off screen. Exactly.
Yeah.
This is no different.
I mean, like I would say, like the whole King. I would say, like with Dracula, it makes a little more sense than King Kong. Pretty much, at least those particular versions of King Kong, where it's like, how were they able to fit him in the ship, or how did they get him on there? There's some questions for sure on that. Whereas like here, there's even less of that, and plus the fact that those people probably would barely even be able to make out much features of him if it's like in the dead of night, which is when he's active anyways. Like if he were to speak with someone. So,
Kaiju Kuru, I am not happy with your assumption that Count Orlok is an accurate representation of a British person. Just because he's got like a gravelly voice, like he's like got like in fact he's like really ill. He's got bad teeth. He's pale. He's got bad dress sense and terrible facial hair. Does not mean he's a British person.
Kuru, oh crazy Kuru, that is dirty. That is so dirty, man. Why you do my boy here? Why you do my Dulcinea like that? Come on. I don't think that could be fair. No. At least the 76 remake showed Kong getting transported. Yeah, that's true. And I think they even justified the ship being able to fit him in. So, I mean, I don't like the 76 movie all that much, but at least it did that. But I'll give it that. For an accurate representation of staying the night in Birmingham.
Why Birmingham? Why specifically Birmingham?
Birmingham.
I don't know, Birmingham. I don't think it's that accurate as a representation, mate. Birmingham ain't that bad. Away.
Oh, and isn't Birmingham the stabbing capital of the UK or something? God, Jim Cooper, what the fuck? What are you doing?
I'm not aware of that statistic. It could be. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest.
We're at the third
we
half.
are 11 minutes.
We're at the third half, are we?
Yes, we are. The third half has begun.
During the ship cruise, he is going to kill a couple people. There is a startling moment where a guy walks down into the hull of the ship. And that's going to be one of the big jump scares. There are several in this movie. Another big problem I have with the film is it's just not scary. It's not eerie. I don't mind jump scares. I think they're kind of lazy, but they're also fun and they get the blood moving. But I do appreciate a movie that's just disturbing. It kind of keeps you on edge. You get chills while you're watching it, maybe a little bit of a sweat even. This did none of that for me. Again, I appreciate how it looked, but it did not elicit any sort of fear, real concern because I didn't get connected with anyone in the movie. It's just there.
It's just there.
Well, at least the film's there.
Yeah. I'm glad it's there. I'm really glad it's there.
You zoning in and out of the film probably didn't help with you not getting connected with the characters.
We've already gone over how the whole scene with Thomas Hutter in the castle with Count Orlok is completely isolated from not only in distance, but in just spatially and everything. And that makes that whole scene creepy and disturbing, especially with the way Orlok is acting and moving around. Everything about it. And then this guy's like, oh, nothing's eerie, nothing's scary, nothing's spooky. God.
The arrival sequence in this is probably one of the most tense sequences I've ever seen.
The pigeon.
Freaking
yeah, you're not gonna mention that. Yeah, that scene was disturbing as hell.
Yeah.
Just the fact that he's cradling the pigeon for quite a while, and you're like, "Oh, is he? No. Oh, is he? Oh, he's. Oh, well, no. Maybe the pigeon's going to survive. Oh my god!
Exactly.
Willem Dafoe enters the picture at some point during this. He's Professor Alban. And this dude acts like he's in a completely different film. He just has this almost stage play presence to him. And that's where the tone is a little off for me in this movie. Some people playing it a little bit more straight man like Nicholas Hoult. Others very extreme with the pageantry. And I've seen Willem Dafoe play this kind of character in like the last 5 movies. It's starting to wear thin on me. And I love Willem Dafoe. But between Poor Things, Beetlejuice, Nosferatu, I feel like I see him doing the same kind of role over and over again.
God bless him for it.
Yeah.
Again, he's comparing the film to other films and then declaring it's bad because it's not like the other films, or it is like the other film.
It reminds me of
comparison, which is not a fair critique.
Yeah, it reminds me of when Corey Coleman on Double Toasted said that the set pieces in Kingdom of Monsters didn't do much. The spectacle in Kingdom of Monsters didn't do much for him because they've been seeing it in stuff like Endgame before, in other films before it. So it's like other films fault, so it's this film's fault that you've seen stuff in previous films that have nothing to do with what the fuck. It's nothing to do with it.
Anyway, he's going to be your stereotypical smart man scientist guy in the room that knows exactly what's happening, and he warns everyone else, and no one, of course, believes him. And so we're going to deal with this for...
No one believes him except all the people who believe him.
There's only one person who doesn't believe him, and he pays the price for it.
He probably didn't see all the other scenes where people did believe him.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
And
He's
again,
to
to him being in a very different movie. For one, that's how Van Helsing acts, and for two, it makes sense in context.
Yeah.
And he's not that off. It's not like he's wildly off. He is perfectly fitting for this film.
Yeah, it's like it's not like he's Charlie Day in Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where he's got like sticky notes and marker ink all over, on the wall,
Or
like
Charlie Day in Pacific Rim.
He's not a scientist, he's a spiritualist. Yeah, that is.
This is actually a Mark Russell level of criticism. Like, people just don't pay attention, so they make up what they think the character was and did.
Exactly.
Yeah. And the thing is, the dialogue in this movie, and don't even try to say like, oh, the dialogue's not that comprehensible. It's just like, the dialogue is period accurate, and and yet it was still comprehensible enough to where you should be able to understand what they're referencing.
Exactly.
Like I can understand it. I can understand if somebody may not immediately understand what the phrase "first cock of crow" might mean. Right from the get-go, but it's like, but at some point later on in the film, when they just talk about the first cock of crow again. And and they'll just be like, oh, so that's a reference to like daybreak. Okay.
Yeah.
Like the film. It's not like the film is like giving you exposition and just holding your hand all the way through. But it's not like it's actively trying to leave you in the dark on everything either. Like, it's going to give you enough for you to be able to be like, okay, so this is This is how. Okay, so this is this thing, and
that's crow of cock.
First crow cock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is an actual phrase that they say in the movie.
Yeah, you said cock of crow.
First cock.
Yeah.
Flip that.
First crow of cock. Yeah, it's like, because it's like cock-a-doodle-doo, like a rooster.
Yeah, that's what they call him.
Say cock once more.
Giant
you cock me, sir. Speaking of cock,
the remainder of the film, the last 45 minutes or so, I felt was incredibly lackluster, very slow moving, not a lot of interesting stuff going on.
The last 45 minutes had not a lot of stuff going on. Were you high?
No, he was zoning in and out.
Not a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, just child murder.
Nothing
really going on.
Child murder.
A plague, the stake being really high.
Plague, necrophilia, burning,
Let's just
stabbing.
see people going absolutely ballistic. A plague, a guy dying because of said plague whilst lying on top of his dead wife's corpse.
Yeah.
Holy crap!
This is nuts.
And that's not. And that's just how
He's an idiot.
Yeah, a little bit, just a smidge.
And he's
My
reading
God.
a script still. He had the time to write this down.
Redraft, dude. Redraft. Or better yet, don't do the spoiler video at all, please, for the love of God. It would have been better if you just didn't do it.
Jeez. This video is just the same points he said in the last video with one or two extra tidbits of information which just make it worse.
So many scenes with Ellen spazzing out, drooling, eyes rolling in the back of her head. All the while, characters like Aaron Taylor Johnson are like, nah, she's fine. There's nothing happening here.
That's not what he says.
That's not what he said. He's just saying this is not. He knows that there's stuff happening. He's just saying what he said. Let me just say, Friedrich knows that isn't saying there's nothing wrong going on here. He knows that there's plenty of stuff wrong going on here. He just doesn't believe that it's anything supernatural. It's obvious.
This is the too many human sequences, not enough monster sequences. Criticism all over again.
Aaron
God damn it.
No, if I said Aaron Taylor Thomas, that's not what I meant to say. It's Aaron Taylor Johnson. Yeah. Adam's wore me out here, Katsaboo. I'm sorry.
Don't worry, we only got a little bit to go. We can do this.
Oh my God.
Aaron Taylor Johnson's character, Frederick, will end up losing his entire family, his kids, and then his wife. They'll all...
Yeah, nothing happens in the last 45 minutes. It's a character losing his entire fucking family.
And then he died from plague. Yeah, exactly. Nothing happens other than that.
You geriatric Jimmy Neutron.
Stop disrespecting Jimmy
character
Neutron
Frederick
like
will
that.
end up losing his entire family, his kids, and then his wife. They'll all be buried next to each other in a very beautiful, tasteful area in the cemetery that Frederick will visit and then proceed to perform some necrophilia on his dead wife, as one does. That was definitely a thought-provoking moment in the movie that I needed to see. Real champagne cinema stuff here. And again, I don't even have a problem with the shock factor stuff. It's just I wasn't at a point with this character where it made sense for him to do that. And that goes back to Thomas, who has no problem betting his wife not more than 10 seconds after she's basically being taken over by an evil demon creature. Speaking random nonsense, eyes rolling back, she's convulsing, she's seizing out. He looks at that and he goes, well, now this is the only way I can achieve climax.
Same arguments once again. He's not developed them. He's not thought about them. He's just saying the same thing over again.
You're lying
again,
about
he's saying, "I'm not invested in this character who wants to sleep with his dead wife." After the character has multiple times talked about the fact how much he loves his wife, how much he wants to have children with his wife over and over again. And, oh, Jesus Christ!
Yeah, like Friedrich is a guy who is a skeptic. He's pretty much trying to make sense out of everything, making sense out of the situation that he's in. He's all like, no, there has to be a reason for everything that's happening. And from his perspective, his wife and children are just brutally murdered and while he was asleep. Like everything that he's ever cared about was taken away from him. From his perspective, no reason at all, essentially, and then he's dying from the plague, so he's just kind of lost. He's kind of off his rocker, not in the sense of not.
Yeah, he's not in his right mind at any point.
Yeah, and he's dying from a plague. So
he was put to sleep, so he wouldn't wake up when Orlok was killing his family. I forgot about that. So he thinks he failed as a father when in fact he was magically induced. So, oh my God, I completely forgot about that. That just makes him more tragic.
Yeah.
But no, nothing happens in the last 45 minutes. It's really boring. Urine in protein at this point.
Urine in protein.
There were some good concepts here that weren't really fully fleshed out at all, such as tying the Black Plague into Nosferatu. he is the one that brings on all the rats into the town. That was fun. That was interesting. It wasn't fleshed out, though. I didn't really see the aftermath of what happened. Because this is first and foremost a movie about an undead dude simping over a single woman, it's Twilight for the film fanatic. It's Twilight for the film fanatic. It's Twilight for the film fanatic.
Ah! He did it!
Wow.
He did it!
He brought out Twilight.
Holy crap!
Jesus
God.
Christ.
Okay,
He did it.
I have been finally waiting to use this. So it went from South America to China in its cocoon form, its larva form. Did anyone catch that? My God!
Oh my. I can't
my
believe it.
God!
Help.
So
No.
what is the same criticism for the Dracula story then? Because the Dracula story has a similar thing in which Dracula is like trying to hypnotize and seduce this one specific woman. Does he have the same criticism?
Yeah, gee, I wonder. And plus, she's not even a single woman. She's married or engaged. You know, depending on which version you go with, like, still the same, not single. That's my point.
Bloody hell.
Oh my goodness. How? Wait, no. We've stated multiple times, no, she wasn't simping.
Yeah,
And Kesavu just sort of just reminded me what he said. He said, Nosferatu was connected to the Black Plague, but we didn't see how that ended. So, the plague just ended. It wore down just like an actual plague, i.e. the COVID plague, I suppose, at this point did. It just wore down after he died. You would just assume that because the important part is the part where the fucking vampire dies.
Exactly. The plague-causing vampire is destroyed. We don't really need to, we could just piece together what happened after that. Like when the credits roll, it's like, well, I guess the town is saved, or what's saved, or at least what's left of it.
Exactly.
It's a Beauty and the Beast, but without the whimsical music and talking teacups.
Shut the fuck up, Adam!
What?
Not that.
The Beast? That is insane. That's insane. How did you?
It's like
This
Beauty and the Beast. I don't even know how he. I don't.
Without the musical numbers and what
How did he make that
me.
comparison?
Oh my god! How?
Wow!
Why are you doing this? Why? How did you even get to that point? Beauty.
He has an echo chamber between his ears. Da-da-da-dum.
He wanted Mr. Potts to be No, he's not saying he wanted to be Mr. Potts in the film. He's saying that Mr. Potts may as well have been in the film because this film is like Beauty and the Beast, but without musical numbers or talking.
I mean, we kind of got Miss Potts in the film. She died alongside her children.
Yeah, that's right.
Jesus.
Yeah, and plus the Beast.
Come on, we need
Beauty and the Beast isn't evil. The point of Beauty and the Beast is a woman finding the good in something that looks monstrous. How do you? What the fuck?
Not Orlok. At any point.
How do you? There's no good to be found in Orlok. What in the hell? How? God.
This is evil incarnate. No.
The movie ends in an incredibly stupid way, in, of course, my stupid opinion. Wow. Notes, after slaying Frederick Harding's family, has Ellen all to herself. Thomas is off with the other bros trying to track down a MacGuffin of sorts, and this is intentional.
They're tracking down Orlok, you dunce.
They're trying to kill him.
That whole conversation between Willem Dafoe's character, and I can't remember her name now, Miss Depp's character, Those two characters
Ellen.
talking back and forth to each other, where he says, "I'm going to distract them while you do the deed."
Yeah, because we
Did
don't
you just
believe
miss that whole conversation.
Yeah. Von Franz says I'm not in touch. Like I have real serious doubts that an iron stake is going to be enough to kill this Orlok guy. But when I found out that the best way to kill this vampire is for a fair maiden or whatever or something like that to pretty much offer herself to the vampire. By the first crow of cock. Thank you very much. Which means you're probably gonna have to die, but it's pretty much our best way to save, what you have left, which is your husband. This was it's not a really stupid. It's not that stupid of a way. She's trying to save. She's saving the one she loves, pretty much. By destroying.
Let's go through that again.
Thomas is off with the other bros trying to track down a MacGuffin of sorts.
A MacGuffin.
A MacGuffin.
The vampire's coffin. How is that a MacGuffin?
They're trying to find it. Where he...
You got the wrong definition for MacGuffin. The MacGuffin is the thing that everyone's after. What everyone is after or trying to protect is Ellen.
Yes. Yeah.
For Christ's sake.
He wasn't watching this film.
No.
He wasn't watching this film. Not only has he got stuff in the wrong order, or he's explaining things so it sounds like he's got stuff in the wrong order, he's conflating different scenes together to make up new scenes, which he makes sound like they don't make sense because of the way he's explained them. He's a mess. He's an absolute mess.
It is. It is a mess.
And this is intentional. Professor Albin presented a red herring to get him away from his wife because the professor knows the only real way to stop Nosferatu is through the power of love. It's just the power of love.
Wasn't funny the first time, not funny the second time.
This is just not even. This is not. I don't know how many times this has been right now.
That's right. 'Twas beauty killed the beast. It's up to Ellen to get this guy so horny that there is no way he's gonna recall what time it is outside, and he's gonna get completely played by this woman after, of course, he bangs and feeds off of her for many, many hours. I mean, I think he went out the way a lot of guys would like to, but still, he played himself. In the final moments of the film,
it's implied that he arrived for dawn.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what time he arrives. He's explaining that. Oh, so they just lured him with the thing that he wanted, and then kept him there until it was too late for him to escape. Oh, how stupid that is! No, you're
here's the thing.
Explaining it in a way that makes it sound stupid, but it's not.
Yeah, and here's the thing: even if Orlok was able to get out of Dodge, realize what's happening out of Dodge, his coffin and his sacred soil is burnt to ash essentially. So he ain't gonna find a place to get into before and sleep in before daybreak. He's gonna be dead. He's fucked.
Exactly.
In the final moments of the film, Orlok is left sucking whatever remains of the blood in this woman's body while she's like, just a little bit longer. There's a little bit more to give. Don't look over the window. Don't look out the windows. Right here. There we go. And before you know it, it's too late. And he dries out like a prune on a hot summer day, which leads us to our final shot, a tasteful bird's eye view looking down on this decrepit, disgusting, disfigured man who is completely withered away and clearly skipped leg day. And
So you...
Okay.
Sorry, I had to.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is like beating it. Honestly, these kind of ad hominems are like
screenshot this screenshot.
Oh God, Adam, you're giving us a lot of protein to work with.
Print screen.
So much.
Paste. There we go. I think we've got a winner. We have a winner.
And at that point, I looked around the room to see folks snickering, some getting nudged by their significant other to wake up. And I thought to myself, you know what? I'm probably not going to be alone on my review.
It's nice that he has this story to tell of how people are sniggering at the things that are happening on screen, but also getting frustrated at the things that are happening on screen, but also falling asleep at the things that are happening on screen.
Yeah.
This sounds like a very lively and active cinema that he was in.
Yeah.
I think that I might actually reach a few people with this one. And again, perfectly fine if you loved it. There's a lot of people that do. I don't discredit those tastes. I just did not see the appeal this time around, and I wanted to love it. I really did. I went in with an appreciation of this director, and I thought for sure he was going to knock this out of the park. But unfortunately, 'twas not the case. Now I want to hear from you, if you could, in a somewhat respectful
you already
manner.
did.
I'm not
you complained
insulting
about
your
it.
intelligence or knocking you for liking the movie. If you disagree with me, just give me your opinion why. We don't need to strike each other down. I love to have disagreements. That's actually the opposite of what I want. I would love an echo chamber. I love to have disagreements. That's actually the opposite of what I want. I would love an echo chamber. I love to have disagreements. That's why I had a show years ago called Movie Feuds with a co-host.
I thought you wanted an echo chamber.
We argued over
Oh my God.
Dude, you said you wanted an echo chamber. Why do you want disagreement now?
I love to have disagreements. I would love an echo chamber.
Come on.
I want an echo chamber, but also I want to disagree with people. Make up your mind.
Pick one.
We argued over the pros and cons of a film. That's fun to me. What's not so fun is just attacking on personal beliefs or whatever basis they think they have going for them. It's lazy.
You do it.
All right. Sorry, it's not a Marvel movie. Fucker.
We gotta stop finding these frames, dude. God damn it.
There's too much protein in urine going on.
Oh no.
Oh God, no! I'm not screenshotting this one. There's too many already. We've got the good one. We have the good one.
I could just use this as my thumbnail, maybe for the whatever. If I do decide to a compilation, Jesus Christ!
Just this picture with the word "nut."
Dying.
My God, what has this become?
My God.
It's lazy. It's sloppy. All right, thanks for watching the video. Please like the video and subscribe if you appreciated the content.
No.
I have more videos to come
did not.
almost every day on the channel. It's quite a production over here, and I would appreciate it if you stuck around.
That explains
It's
a lot.
quite a production. Sticking your face in the camera is quite a production.
Yeah. Jeremy Johns has more production. At least he has a green screen.
Gritty cinematography, so much cinematography. This isn't a movie, it's a film. And you just don't get the nuance of it all. Well, what I didn't get was some of the out-of-focus shots throughout the movie. I assumed that it was like artistic interpretation, some sort of homage to the old film. Like, why is this clock just straight up blurry and out of focus? Oh, there, it kicked into focus. That was weird. It wasn't a foreground, background sort of a shift. It was just straight up not in focus. Let's set that aside. Visually, yes, it is a beautiful looking movie with a few hiccups here and there. That's just one little piece, though. I found
Yeah, did anyone else remember out of focus shots? Because I don't remember many out of focus shots.
I don't remember. I mean, here's the thing. It unintentionally, like, there's some shots.
Outside of like one sequence with carriage, I don't think, and even then, that was perfect distance.
Well, I mean, there's shots that are where some stuff are out of focus, but they're like the scene where, you know, Orlok is talking with Hutter, you know, like, Orlok is kind of out of focus when he's, you know, while Hutter's in the background and he's in focus. That's more kind of more deliberate than anything. But like an out of focus shot of a clock. What? What are
you even talking about?
That's like the most nitpicky shit I've ever heard. Like,
dude, How?
Like, you're going to that much detail about that?
How is that? But that's one bit.
Yeah.
That's one bit.
So it's not like in Godzilla X Kong that I'm going through now, scene by scene, line by line in some cases. I'm noticing a lot, and I mean a lot of the film is blurry at the edges. And it makes me think that they had like some sort of like IMAX camera thing going on. That's the only thing I can think of, because the left and right of the screen in a lot of shots is really blurry, and I don't know why. Because it was in one shot, and I was like, oh, there must be an effect to do with that. And then it just kept happening and happening, and I was like, why does it keep happening? None of these feel why. So I can only imagine they used an IMAX camera, and they fucked it somehow.
I mean, Nosferatu also kind of using the IMAX camera, and there's a lot, but there's like a lot of instances, but a lot of whatever stuff that's there is blurry. That's kind of has some blur to it. It is, or out of focus. A good number of that is deliberate.
And even then, this film has a very similar thing with G14, where the fact that it is incredibly dark and incredibly shadowy masquerades a lot of the focus problems and issues that would come with filming an IMAX camera and showing something filmed with an IMAX camera on a smaller screen.
Yeah, I mean, there is like a shot in Nosferatu where in the scene where the shadow of Orlok's hand like reaches over the city. Right before we see the shadow, the camera kind of pans up from behind Orlok, and goes beyond. There is like a little bit of blur on the hand, to show like, okay, there is some green screen there, But even then, it's not even that. It's like it's not really that big of a problem, really. Like it's still a great shot.
Ultimately. It is a nitpick at best.
It is
at best. Yeah. And I love the fact that he's just said the cinematography and the look of the film is a small part of the film. It's like, well, no, it's not. It's quite a large part of the film, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to watch the film. But in terms of the way it looks and the way that the cameras and all that sort of thing, is that's quite a large part of this film specifically. It causes a lot of the mood of the film. So to just dismiss the look of the film like that is very bad faith.
Is he just trying to say like it's a small part in comparison to the writing, though? I think that I think when we hear the follow up to that, then that's kind of that's what will make or break this point.
We'll see.
I found the acting to be all over the board. Willem Dafoe, for instance, in a completely different movie. He's a one-man show here. Thing. He's so over the top with his performance. He's the most interesting character in the movie to listen to, but he's in like a Broadway musical. Lily Depp is completely out of her depth. She's so deadpan, and then she goes to these extremes. And the story.
I like that. She's so deadpan, but she goes to these extremes. Sorry.
I got nothing.
And I did like to point out, he says Willem Dafoe is a standout character because he's so over the top. What about Knock?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what about him?
Surely you can't call him deadpan.
Knock is as eccentric as he's saying Willem Dafoe is.
Yeah, and by the way, no one is deadpanned in this movie, okay? Like, no one.
But I can understand certain characters being called deadpanned by a person who can't understand like subtle facial expressions or normal facial expressions as opposed to over the top ones, which is why people probably complain that he just likes Marvel films. That is quite an understandable criticism of him when he watches a film like this with all these subtleties and whatnot going on, and he just doesn't get it, and he just calls it bland and dull and whatever the hell else he said.
And the story, which has been told many times over and better in the past, like for instance in Dracula, is so empty here. This does not need to be 2+ hours long. This didn't even need to be an hour and a half. What we have is a vampire, Nosferatu, who wants to be close to his love, that he yearns for. He needs to be with her. Why? Question mark. They met when she was a youngling. I guess it was a hit it and quit it sort of a situation, but now that she's close to him again, he just has to have her.
Which Dracula are you talking about?
Exactly.
If you're doing a near one-to-one faithful adaptation, you have a lot to go through. Nosferatu isn't even the 100% faithful one. It's only like 80% roughly at best.
It's like, let's just say, because Nosferatu, because Orlok, because like in the book, like they pretty much are chasing Dracula, all the way back to his castle in Transylvania, and then they kill him there, and they try to kill him there, which doesn't happen here at all.
Yeah, like even
the length argument doesn't really work. The length argument doesn't work in any way, shape, or form because anything can be as long as it is. But if it's good, it doesn't really matter. His argument is it's long, therefore it's bad. It's like, well, that's not a thing. The length doesn't determine quality.
Yeah, if that's what it takes, then I guess sorry, Peter Jackson, your Lord of the Rings movies, your King Kong 5. Sorry, Coppola, your Godfather movies, including not just the third one, but the first two. They're bad. 10
Commandments isn't an icon of history.
Yeah, 10 Commandments. Gotta throw it in the bad section as well because it's long. Long Man bad. Yeah. Gone with the Wind. Yeah, 2.5 hours, 3 hours and 40 minutes. Yeah, too long, so it's bad. There's a lot. You're gonna have to say goodbye to a lot of movies that you probably really like that are pretty much really long. They're like 2.5 hours or more than that. Oppenheimer, the Northman. It's actually Northman is. Guess what? Northman is like only like a few. It's actually just a few minutes above Nosferatu. So I guess that movie's bad too, but you really like the Northman. I don't.
It's what I mean. Length on its own is not a definition of quality. But he's saying it's long and bad. He's saying it's bad because it's long without defining what. It's just he's bad at this.
He's not defining why a movie's length could lead into a problem, pretty much. Like, because for instance, like, the Snyder Cut of Justice League, like there's problems that are raised in that movie as a result of just being like, an unedited, of just kind of being like unhinged, or not even like just kind of like not much in the way of limits in terms of how long it could be, really. Like, there's like scenes in that movie, like, the stuff with Martian Manhunter or the nightmare scene. They're just like, this stuff just doesn't need to be here because it doesn't really make the movie better. In fact, in some cases, it just kind of makes it
with the Snyder Cut, like the stuff with like the Martian Manhunter and stuff like that. That's all added on, and the future scenes where like Batman's talking to Joker and stuff like that, that's all added on after the film came out, long after the film came out, because Zack Snyder wanted to make it longer, to make it even more distinctly different from the original. But then, you do have all the scenes like the bank robbers walking up the stairs, or the scene where the what's her name? Wonder Woman's mum is looking down the cliff at the water, or the women singing after Aquaman goes in the water. Stuff like that, which is just like they filmed it. And then when they released the theatrical cut, we could probably cut this out. We don't really need all of this. But Zack Snyder went, no, we need to keep it in. But why, Zack? Shut up. We need to keep it in.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And even then, like, the Snyder cut isn't even like officially like the fully, Snyder's full vision, because Martian Manhunter was originally supposed to be Jon Stewart, a Green Lantern. What Bruce was talking to at the end, and Martha Kent wasn't even supposed to turn out to be Martian Manhunter in that scene with Lois. So
he drastically changed the film from what it originally was.
What it originally wasn't even what we got with the Snyder Cut. So
I went over it in my Greed and the Snyder Cut video, because there was a film called Greed that came out that was 8 hours long. And then the director was told that he had to cut it down, and then eventually somebody else did. With Zack Snyder, he was told that his film had to be X hours long when he was making the film. So all the stuff that's in the Snyder Cut is just stuff that should have been cut out but wasn't.
Hmm?
He just kept it in for the Snyder Cut just to make it seem longer and different. That's all.
Who wants to be close to his love that he yearns for. He needs to be with her. Why? Question mark.
Oh, right, yeah. This is what he was actually stopped for. She summoned him accidentally when she was younger. He got with her once. She then got with somebody else who she truly loved, which then pushed him away. When her love then left her, it allowed him to then get back into her life, and he was basically getting back to where he started, sort of thing.
Yeah, and even that, like, here's the thing. Well, here's the thing. He Orlok even says, like, our pact, like, she kind of broke his pact that she inadvertently made with him when she got with Thomas Hutter. So this whole plan with him and working with Knock and getting Thomas over there to sign that contract was a way to try to get that pact, like, reinstated. Anyway.
Question mark. They met when she was a youngling. I guess it was a hit it and quit it sort of a situation, but now that she's close to him again, he just has to have her. We don't know why he's drawn in. That's kind of an important piece. We also don't know why he has this major effect on her. I assume it's because of his vampiric abilities when he's stalking her at night and making her quiver in her bonnet. But Jesus, could we get some backstory to make this make sense?
We had
the backstory.
She says the backstory to Von Franz, or were you drifting in and out of sleep during that as well? Like,
it has plenty of atmosphere, but the atmosphere is just, hey, this is a pretty painting. I'm not getting emotion out of it, though. I'm bored to tears watching paint dry here. The only interesting stuff for me was in the first 30 minutes where we see Nicholas Hoult make his way to the castle.
He did this again. Remember in the last video, he said the start of the film was mostly just looking at these two characters, like setting them up, and it was really boring to him. And then he said the first part of the film was the interesting part. He's done it again.
He did it again.
It's just
the first part. It started out fine, even though he said, "Hey, Joe. Well, we've been over it. We've been over it." It's just
Jesus. If you're here, if you're listening right now, I've said your name enough during tonight.
Yeah.
Could you just pretend? Could you just erase all this from my memory?
Drop a shoe from the sky or something. I don't know.
Something.
I would send you, but honest to God, I don't think you deserve that. Honest to your dad, I don't think you deserve it.
Yeah, you kind of roboted there a bit, but I agree.
Whatever you said, I agree.
I was like, fuck it.
I'm sending you to Jesus, Adam. He doesn't deserve
you.
Yeah.
No, I'm sending you to Orlok.
Jesus has already died for our sins. He doesn't need to suffer with you as well.
Okay, we don't know what he's going into. I mean, we do, but we don't know how it's going to shake out. He then stops off at like a gypsy camp, and he has this fever dream about killing Nosferatu. There's a naked chick on a horse. Where did that come from, and why is that never part of the rest?
Where does it come? It's not a fever dream, you fuckwit.
Yeah, the film even confirms it. The film confirms that he was out there. That what he saw out there, he actually did see because of the mud on his boots when he wakes up in the morning. It's not a fever dream. Come on, Adam.
Yeah, he's not watching the film. He's not watching the film. He's not watching the film. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. He's not watching the film.
The movie. No. What was the point of any of that? When Nosferatu finally gets into the sea
for no reason.
When they have the conversation in this castle, and he's talking to Nosferatu about weird things that people do, and Nosferatu's like, "Oh, right, yeah, they did that, don't they? Yeah," and it sort of suggests that maybe that's one of the reasons he's trying to get away from this place, in case these people work out it or decide to come to his castle and do that to him. Maybe that's part of the reason he's trying to leave.
Yeah, that's kind of a valid reason, for him to, he gets really angry when Thomas like keeps asking him questions about what's going on there, he cuts him off. And just like, oh, it's like, okay, all right, I won't ask you anymore. Sorry.
Maybe he's killing two birds with one stone by getting away from this country where they kill people who they suspect of being vampires. They double kill people who they suspect of being vampires, but also moving away from there and then moving closer to this woman who he once had intimacy with and he's trying to have intimacy with again.
Yeah.
Maybe he's being clever.
Yeah.
Unlike you.
I thought maybe we're going to pick things up now. He brought a freaking plague with him. There's a bunch of infected rats running around. That's cool. That's interesting. That the vampires bring upon this death. They have this grip on the place. That's why you see that cool hand shot in the trailer. It just fizzles into nothing. It's barely even touched upon. Instead, we're just going to watch him suck off Lily's character, Ellen, for like 20 minutes. He drinks from her chest because it's different. Instead of going for a main vein on the side of the neck, which just makes more sense, he goes like...
No.
While he's, I guess, climaxing.
He did that with Thomas. And here's the thing: we do see him like go for one of the little girl's throats. Like
just that his complaint about this is, he doesn't go for a main vein on the neck. He goes for the chest. What you mean where the heart is?
Yeah,
exactly.
and even then, like for Ellen or Thomas. He's not trying to he's not trying to go for a quick death. If you go for the main throat, that's a surefire way of killing people. So,
and his interpretation of he's climaxing is that no, he's sucking the blood. That's why his body's convulsing, because he's draining. You can hear the gulping noises.
If you can read into it. It's like metaphorically speaking. It's like he's kind of getting some pleasure out of doing that. Because he's satiating his thirst.
Yeah, that's why people find vampires sexy, don't they? Because there's an intimacy to the whole blood sucking thing. It's like you're embracing each other and like getting quite close to each other. That's why people find it sexy for some reason.
Yeah, and even then, this film is not trying to make it sexy. Like it's supposed to be like just really gross and almost kind of alien.
As Omnivore stated in his review, he was trying to put the horror back into vampires.
Yeah.
And then, boom, he forgets what time it is, plays himself, and that's that. He was so horned out by this woman that he lost track of time. Centuries-old vampire gets played by lust. You have to imagine this dude's come into contact with a lot of good-looking fillies over the years. Why is this one so...
He said that he laid in the darkest pits for centuries, as he puts it. And then he was called... And then, as he puts it, she stirred him from his grave. So basically, he's kind of been like this for many, many years until Ellen was like the one to call for him to answer that call. That's we don't get much details beyond that, but it's not
really we don't need to.
Yeah, pretty much.
We don't know. That pisses me off. It doesn't bring me into the film. And even if I had that knowledge, movie's not scary. It has a couple jump scares. Well, I thought we were kind of against that in the art house community. Why is that suddenly celebrated? There's nothing creepy crawly in this film at all. The characters are almost entirely...
Same things.
This movie, the jump scares are the jump scares are well executed, but also this film isn't all about jump scares, really. It's about building dread, like the sense of dread and the sense of it's all about the mood. He
can't keep his criticism straight. He said in the first video that it was scary. No, there was 3 scary bits because there was 3 jump scares, and he found those scary because he's a fucking child, apparently. Then he's saying there were jump scares in the film, but it wasn't a scary film. It's like you're changing your mind to make it sound worse because you still can't understand the film. Basically, he can't understand the film, the video.
True.
Entirely lifeless, which is ironic considering that's Nosferatu's job. Everyone in this movie is incredibly one-dimensionally lame. Where is the substance?
One-dimensional, he says, as he shows a visual of, I can't remember the actor's name now, the shipwright character, who starts off one way and transforms into like multiple moods and like opinions and whatnot all the way through the film. One note.
Yeah. Did you watch the film, Adam? Did you really? Did you watch the film?
One brain cell bouncing around inside his echo chamber. Yeah, he's aggravating listening to him make the same criticisms over and over again, verbatim in a lot of cases, and then he throws in one or two extra little details here or there that just make it worse.
Yeah, and he just throws in like an extra criticism, such as about a clock being out of focus in one scene, and it's just weird. It's like okay, why didn't you say that in your previous videos?
Or he'll say Willem Dafoe was a standout character acting wise. Yeah, okay, fine, maybe I'll give you that, maybe. And then he says, "Oh, but then what's her face's Depp's character was very dull and bland and all the other words he used." And then he goes to this video where he's like, "And all the characters were bland." Yeah, he's just adding details that make it worse.
Yeah.
Seriously, dude.
He's exaggerating points to make it worse, which again, as I've already stated, you can go into hyperbole if your point is correct, but you're not.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. I'm not even sure.
That I'm told this film has. It's over 2 hours long. Where is the brilliance that I'm not seeing? I feel like Gomez Adams when he's ranting to the police officer in Addams Family 2. I seek justice? Denied! In fact, Addams Family Values has more nuance than this thing. It's also a far better movie. Shout out to Addams Family 1 and 2.
I don't I like those movies, but come on. What are we doing here?
I'm honestly truly dumbfounded by people's love and adoration for this film. If it's superficial, if it's truly just because you think
I thought everyone was allowed to have opinions, Adam. Wait a minute.
No, he wants an echo chamber, but no, he seeks discourse in his
He's
echo
okay
chamber.
with disagreement, but I don't understand anyone's adoration for hell. I'm in hell.
He wants an echo chamber, but he doesn't. But he also understands why people disagree with it.
He's okay with people listening to people. He would like to hear people's disagreements, or he doesn't mind listening to people's disagreements. And then he's all like, "It's people are allowed to have their opinions. My opinion's no better or worse than theirs." Meanwhile, this is I don't understand anyone's love or adoration for this film. It's like, what the fuck?
So if I go to his videos and look at the comments, I'm not going to see anybody give any valid reasons why this film is good. Is that what he's telling me?
Unfortunately, there's been other people out.
Because I actually have read the comments of at least the original spoiler-free review. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's either people disagreeing with him and explaining why, having a hissy fit that he disagrees, which it's very few and far between, or actually agreeing with him. That's half the comments.
Yeah. Yeah.
So him saying here that I don't understand why people like this film can be summed up with he's lying because people have told him why they like the film and he's just disregarded the comments about that.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems that way.
That's fine. Just say that. Just say, hey, I get why you hate it. I get why you didn't like it. But here's why I do. It's really cool looking.
Apparently people have done this to your video, but they've said the actual reasons why they like the video. And then you've dismissed those actual reasons and put in this straw man.
Yeah.
And then when people give you criticism, you say it's fine to give criticisms, and when people give you criticisms, you then complain about people giving you criticisms.
Yeah, you got to pick a lane, dude.
Stop it! Stop contradicting yourself. Stop.
He sees
And then you
He's
backtrack so
seesawing.
hard and give the worst excuses possible. Categorized, like, stereotypical excuses that people have used before and have been laughed at for using, and then you go and use them.
Yeah. This is, like, I've never seen, like, this might be the first instance of a human seesaw to exist. Or, well, maybe not the first. This is definitely, has to be a
Human
classic
seesaw.
example at the very least. A human seesaw.
It's a
This is
classic instance.
a classic.
Ooh,
This
I'm gonna
is
make
at
that.
least, yeah, a classic
It's a
instance of a
seesaw
human
with his face in the middle. On one end is going to be echo chamber, and the other end discourse.
I love to have disagreements. I would love an echo chamber. Fucker. Fine, that's good. That's enough. That's more than enough. But don't come at me and say, "Oh, it was just too smart for you," or "Oh, I'm sorry there wasn't enough explosions to keep your ADD riddled brain from appreciating it." That's not the reason. I laid it out. You can agree or disagree. It's my opinion. You're welcome to yours. But no.
Your opinion can be wrong.
Yeah,
Yes.
No one said your opinion can't be valid. We just say it has to be informed. It has to be informed to be valid. And I hate to break it to you, dude. You were very misinformed.
You flat out lied about the movie at multiple points.
Misinformed at best, and actively misconstruing it at worst.
All opinions are valid, but for different reasons. In your case, yours is valid because of how wrong it is. We can use it as an example.
Yeah. Also, Kuru,
opinions can be wrong.
Yeah, opinions can be wrong.
Also, Kuru, yeah. Yes. That's how much brain damage has been given. Yes.
What? With brain damage? What? I got brain damage for sure for days.
Psychic damage. Thank God.
We're done.
There we go.
We're done.
It's done.
Oh,
this is just EFAP levels of bad. I'm just gonna go that far. This was why.
Yeah.
How do you? Goodness gracious.
Yeah, this is like. I would say this is uncharted territory, but there's quite a bit of it's definitely been charted, but it's like, well, actually, there's another layer. Actually,
I wasn't expecting. This is just lower Hollow Earth. Lower Hollow Earth.
Yeah.
I love to have disagreements. I would love an echo chamber. Sorry, it's not a Marvel movie, fucker.